Well, good morning. How's everybody? Good morning. My name's Lynn Tipton. I'm with the Florida League of Cities. I'm based in Orlando, and I'll tell you a little bit about the league. I wanted to welcome you this morning to the workshop on charters, city charters, and how the review of charters is done. I wanted to check first and see, is this volume okay? Louder, softer? We're good? Okay. I know it's being recorded, so I always want to double check, make sure everybody can hear. I'm not used to being based at a podium, so if I squirm around a little bit. They've also given a microphone if we need to walk around, but this will work well. I needed to be able to see the slides, and of course they're up behind me. The Florida League of Cities is the statewide association for municipal governments in the state of Florida. They're not a branch of the government, which some people think they are. They think they're the division that cities are under. It's not how it works. I brought my state constitution. We can pass this around if everybody wants to see it. This one travels with me. It's getting really dog-eared, especially in a year when the Constitution Revision Commission is meeting, because we spend a lot of time diving into it. The Article 8 in the Florida Constitution provides that municipalities are an optional level of government. Florida may have municipalities, not Florida must have municipalities. We must have counties, we must have school districts, we must have water management districts and some of the other special districts, but the municipal level being optional, it's kind of where we take all of our founding powers from the Florida Constitution. And in addition to that, Article 8 also provides for home rule powers. Now in Florida, and I'm going to ask my native question, how many of you are native Floridians? Okay, have a couple. 35% of Florida right now statistically is native, 65% like me, we moved here from somewhere else. However you did local government somewhere else, we do it a little differently in Florida. In Florida, all municipalities have a charter. In other states, you might be chartered by the legislature. You can choose to be chartered or non-chartered, and that's not the case in Florida. Whether you're a city, a town, or a village, everybody has a charter. And that's why we're here today, is to talk more about charters. So the league is based in Tallahassee. It's been around since 1922, and we also have an Orlando office, and I asked to be based there because FLC University is the training programs for the league, and Tallahassee's hard to get to. Nobody ever wants to go up there unless they're lobbying the legislature, and since the unfortunate events of September 11th, you can't really fly there in state without going to Atlanta first. So it seems kind of silly to leave your state to come back into your state. And so I begged my boss to put me in the middle of the state so I could get around. Now, FLC University, I can't give out a degree. I do not have a football team. I don't have a mascot. But it's all the training programs for the city governments. And we work a lot with the elected officials. We also work with city staff. And that's just, I'm really excited to be able to be a part of that. I've been at the league for 27 years, and a big part of my job is working with cities on their charters, not as an attorney helping them write the legal language, but in comparison sense. How do we look at charters, and what does it mean to say that city over there does their charter this way and we're doing ours this way? What does that mean? So with that kind of a framework in place, we will go ahead and jump in. Make sure I can get this to come up right. We are a current count of 412. This is a city, a town, or a village, and under Florida's Constitution, they're all equal. Now, you might have lived somewhere where there's a legal difference between a city and a town. You might have lived somewhere that didn't have villages. You might have lived somewhere that had townships. Again, Florida's going to be a little bit different. In Florida, if you're a city of 5, we have 2 cities that have a population of 5. Our smallest governments, right? They have the exact same power as Jacksonville, our largest city, at almost 900,000 population. Legally, whether that's on paper or in front of the court, there is no difference. No difference. Anybody know the 2 smallest cities, just in case you're ever on Jeopardy? Come on, Jonathan. I can see the train's working. Come on, Jonathan, I see those wheels spinning. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Weeki Wachee's one of them, yes, ma'am. It's got a population of 5. Marineland, we had 3 tied for smallest at 5, but Marineland has jumped to 6. Somebody moved in. So, and Marineland has just approved conceptually their first condo building. Their population could jump to 90 if it fills, right? So we'll see. But the other smallest one is a new city called Westlake, and they're in Palm Beach County, and they're about to be developed. It's raw land. So 5 people moved there. They put in single-wide trailers. They're all living in those trailers as the first residents, and all 5 of them are currently also on the city council. So they've incorporated just 2 years ago, and now they have a population of 5. But as the growth comes, they could be as big as 30,000 at build out. So, but Weeki Wachee, we think, will probably always be our smallest because they're not really in it for a lot of growth, right? And then did anybody think Miami might be our largest city? A lot of people by population think Miami is. It takes 2 Miamis to equal a Jacksonville. Miami proper, everybody thinks it's all of the greater Miami area. You have to think of Miami in its own boundaries, right? All right, so that's if you're ever on Jeopardy, I want to make sure you had the data. So everybody has a charter, but what is a charter? From the Latin, it's a contract. And it's a contract between the people and who's going to govern them. We call it a social contract. We, the people, believe in self-determination. We want to self-govern. So you, government, here's how we're going to outline all of this. And here's how we're going to provide for a representative democracy. We're going to elect some kind of legislative body. And then these are the things we believe so strongly in that we're willing to commit to them in writing. And then we will come back and tweak them, we the people, by vote. We will come back and tweak them when we need to from time to time. But we believe in this so strongly, we're committing to it in writing, and we're only making this by the vote of the people. So in many respects, it's a constitution, right? Florida, the state, has a constitution. I'll pass this around if you've never seen Article 8. Highly recommend browsing through it. No 2 charters are the same either. We study them at the League. It's one of the things that we do, and they're similar in their structure. Some of them have similar content, but they're not identical. And that's a good thing, because this social contract should be reflective of the people and the government they design. They don't need to be cookie cutter. They don't need to be identical, because are any 2 cities the same? Would you say that Madeira Beach is identical to Indian Rocks Beach or to St. Pete Beach? Or no, right? So you want the charter to be truly reflective of we the people. And the reason we amend it over time is because communities evolve, situations change, and then you change your charter to adapt to those needs. Now, do you change the charter every year? No. Just like the US Constitution is only amended once in a while, or your state. Now, you have to say Florida's Constitution gets amended a lot, unfortunately. There's been kind of a free-for-all on it in the last 20 years. We'll see this November. They're talking about as many as 20 amendments on the November ballot. I'm hoping it's not that many, but we're going to know that answer by May 11th. May 11th, the final list will come out. There's 2 that are already on for sure, and now what they're working on, the final list has 24 on it, and they're wheedling it down. So I don't know about you, but I think voter fatigue. You get all the way through the ballot, and you're going to have to go through all those constitutional amendments. That's a lot. That's a lot. Is anybody else? I was born and raised in California. Any other Californians? One? Yes? So you know a long ballot, right? There was time my grandma called and said the ballot was 7 pages. 7 long front and back pages. And she was having some voter fatigue. She was 90, and she was looking through to make sure she'd done all her homework, and I'm walking her through what some of the laws mean, and I've got my computer up, and 7 pages is a long ballot. I don't care where you live. So my hope is for Florida, maybe we won't be that long. What I want to make sure we cover today are some of the fundamentals of what are in most charters, and what are the things that a charter review committee is tasked with doing, what's important for them to look at. I also want to make sure we talk through some resources and some ways to do comparisons. A little comparison is always healthy, but you want to make sure you're doing it the right way. So it's that broad framework we talked about. It needs to explain why the city even exists. And I'm going to say city, but I mean town and village when I say that, right? Municipality is a long, great word. Sometimes it doesn't trip off the tongue quite the way we'd like it to. So I'm just going to say city. When you're talking about a vision and a mission in this framework, why did the people choose to come together? Why did they choose to form a city? If this is an optional level of government, why did you choose to do it? And in Florida, we have 2 primary reasons why cities exist. The first was service delivery. A group of people came together and they needed something. They needed police, fire, service. They needed water, a centralized water system. Sometimes a well in your yard doesn't work for everything, right? I'd like to have a centralized water system in place. Me personally, I can't afford a water system. I can't afford to treat that water at the front end, use it, and then treat it at the back end, all out of my own yard. That's not feasible. So people come together to form economies of scale, and 5,000 people can build a water system, or 7,000 people, or 10,000 people. Same with wastewater. I don't think most neighbors would want a sewage treatment plant right next door to them, right? So I know I can't do this in my own house. I need to find an economy of scale. Beyond the issue of service delivery, a lot of people then come together for what are called quality of life issues. We don't want to have buildings with businesses right next to the schools or the churches, or we really want the residential area zoned apart from the commercial or the industrial area. And based on those land use wants, people formed cities so that they would look and function a specific way. We have cities in Florida that have all dirt roads because they're equestrian communities, and what matters is the horses. And they're not paving anything. You have a truck and you don't like driving on a dirt road, maybe that's not your community. However, if you really are all about the horses and having the horse access, maybe that's your community. We have cities in Florida where the color of paint for your house has to be approved by the town council. That's great. If that's what you want, that's awesome. If that's not what you want, that might not be the place to live for you. So when you look at the reasons that people come together, they kind of fall in those two camps: service delivery, quality of life. And sometimes it's both. Doesn't have to be just one or the other. Sometimes it's both. But as you're writing that charter, you're putting that vision and that mission into language. We want to bring the people of this community together in order to achieve these common goals. And we will be a representative body for these people. That's the kind of thing that you have in your preamble and in the openings of most of the charters. The representative side of it is very important, and this is one thing where state law follows through. In Chapter 165, which is how municipalities get formed in our state statutes, one of the things it talks about is that a city's charter must identify how the elected body is elected. Number one, every city in Florida has to have an elected body, right? It can't just be volunteers who are coming together and forming a committee. They must be elected by the voters of that region, of that community. Once elected, how long are they going to serve? Are all the seats going to be up at once? Are you going to stagger them? You have to dive into some of the details. Now, what you don't put in the charter are details like the elections will be held at this time of day, or qualifying only occurs on a Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We don't put that level of detail in a charter. Usually that's backed up by ordinances, which is what we call city laws. This also gets written into a lot of cities' policies and procedures manuals, what are called the administrative codes for a city. The backup narrative is in that, like what is the process? What are the steps that are involved for that? But your charter, your broad framework, think about the U.S. Constitution. It talks about a Congress that shall have a House of Representatives and a Senate, and it describes and writes a description of what those bodies will be. That's the kind of level of detail you're looking for in a city charter. Not more than that usually, but less. You also want to make sure you cover a chain of command. Who will be making the decisions in the city? And that usually comes about when you're defining your form of government. When you're describing the form of government, you're going to talk about things like who does the hiring, who does the firing, who prepares the budget. What's the fiscal chain of events, as in who can sign a check? How is money going to be both appropriated, and how are expenses going to be handled? How is the revenue going to come in? Not the detail level, just the broad framework of it. It's important to have that in the charter because, again, this is the contract with the public, right? The public wants to know this is exactly how those things are going to happen. This is the standing upon which all city laws will be based. Everything grows from the charter. If you don't have a good, strong charter as your foundation, your laws aren't going to stand as well either. So it's important that that charter be an accurate frame upon which you're going to build everything else for your city. The fiscal authority I mentioned, and then the details go in your laws and your ordinances. Now, most charters are short. 6 to 8 pages kind of is the standard length of a charter. Longer than that, and one of the questions that usually arises is there too much detail in the charter? And I have some somewhat ridiculous examples. We had a city that put their meeting date and time in the charter, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. When they wanted to change it to 5 p.m., they couldn't just change it by vote of the city council. They had to take it back to the public, right? We had another city that put a dress code in for the council. It required that all councilmen wear a tie. It never addressed the issue of what happens when you elect your first women. This was written in the 1920s, just the beginning of the 20s, before women had earned the right to vote. And as a result, they elected their first woman, and she comes in and says, am I in violation of the charter? I'm not wearing a tie. Okay, that probably seems a little ridiculous, but those are the details you don't put in the charter. You don't want to tie the council's hands. You want to build them a broad framework, and so you can put details in it. By the way, I don't see very many cities that do dress codes anymore, period. But we thought that one was fun. Now, let's talk about charter review committees. And if you have questions, we probably can go ahead and do them as we go, and I'll repeat them so that they're recorded in. What does a charter review committee do, and how do they get created? How do they do what they're doing? In the charter, some cities choose to indicate that on a 10-year or a 15-year or a 20-year basis, a charter review committee will be appointed, and it will be given a period of time in which to conduct its work. Other cities don't put a charter review committee in the charter. They indicate that when the need arises, the commission shall appoint a committee, and it will then undertake whatever task it's being given. Some cities do both. They provide for both a regular committee and the ability for a city to appoint one outside of that regular time frame. This is a home rule choice or decision of every individual city. If you don't mention anything at all about it, then it's up to the city to probably do it through an ordinance, and it's simply silent in the charter. Most charter review committees, if you're looking at about a 10-year period of time, what they're doing is making sure that the charter's up to date. Is there anything that's changed in federal or state law that maybe no longer goes with the language that you currently have in place in your city charter? Maybe there's been a mandate by the state that you need to address in your city charter. So there's an updating process that you go through. In addition to that, a lot of charter review committees get tasked with doing a more specific topic, like, is the size of the council the size we need it to be? Maybe the city really grew or it doubled in size, and the thought is it representative enough of the population? Maybe it was always an at-large election, and somebody's bringing up the case that we need to have more variety from within the community, and we need to be looking at how we apportion the legislative body. Maybe that's the wish. In any event, for whatever reason you can probably think of to create a charter review committee, you're going to specify either in your charter that it can be appointed, or you're going to have something in your ordinances that speaks to how it gets created. The appointment process for it is usually done by the council. And in those appointments, it can be, for example, you don't want too big a committee. You also don't want too small a committee. So they'll look for different ways to get an odd number, because with an odd number, then you can't have a tie vote, and you'll bring a committee together. Maybe every commissioner gets to appoint one person. If everybody appoints two, and it's a 5-member body, you're gonna need an additional person by someone so that you get to an odd number. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so her question is, how does a charter review committee do the process of reviewing what's changed and what hasn't? Charter review committees work hand in hand with a city attorney. The attorney is the one who indicates, for example, a new state law has passed that now changes Article 3, or all the cities in Florida are looking very closely at X because the US government just did X, and now we want our charters to be reflective of that. So the work of the attorney is critical. Now, you should know the attorneys are not alone. They have a statewide association called the Florida Municipal Attorneys Association. As a result, when they workshop their issues, all of them go home with the knowledge of, it's time to look at this in charters, or, oh, by the way, we noticed this has become a charter problem, something like that. Those that have a strong municipal background, that's a great thing for them. There are city attorneys who will then reach out to some of the peer cities, which I'm going to get to. They'll call those attorneys and say, what are you all talking about with this, or with this, and bring that back. So they work they work closely together in that regard. Jonathan.
But that also goes to the point that you made about less is more in your charter, allowing the flexibility for the board to adopt via ordinance or resolution, because when you memorialize it in the charter, you have to go through this arduous process to effectively change it.
Right. Could everybody hear Jonathan? Just making sure. A lot of things are left. The detail level is left to ordinance or resolution because you don't want to be amending your charter every year. It's not just voter fatigue. What we have found is it's been studied for hundreds of years. The more you ask people to come back to a charter, the weaker it gets. And in the case of charters, I've got this on a bullet coming up, but less is actually more. It's better to leave it broad and leave your detail in the law. But from time to time, I'll give you the best example of all. In 1968, when home rule powers went into the Constitution, and I know my book's roaming around, when it went in, most cities that next year went into an amendment process in their charters to acknowledge home rule had been adopted by the people of Florida, because no charter mentioned home rule powers prior to that time. They didn't exist. A lot of the preambles then were changed to say, we are a home rule municipality within the state of Florida, and we have the ability to adopt our own laws. That's what home rule is. It's adopting your own laws without going to Tallahassee to get permission first. Not every state has this. If you've lived in Georgia or South Carolina, for example, your cities go to their respective legislatures to get permission by population group. All cities between this size and this size may now do A, B, C, and you wait for the state to authorize it. Very different. And so having gained this power in 1968, you suddenly saw at the time about 380 cities take on charter amendments because they had to acknowledge their home rule powers. That was something they didn't want to leave to chance. It was a very precious thing, and they'd been fighting 50 years to get it. It took 50 years to put home rule in the Florida Constitution. As a result, Jonathan's right. On a detail other than that, a city might look to do something by ordinance or by resolution rather than amend the charter, but something as important as home rule, you're going to want to make sure that's in the charter. Sometimes, oh, yes, ma'am.
One is, and you probably said this, so voters must vote to approve the charter.
Yes, charter amendments are only made by the voters of that municipality. You must be registered to vote within that municipality per Florida law. That's not a city's own choice. Florida law says only residents within a city can vote on a city charter.
My second question is it the council, does the charter define how the charter gets updated?
It can. Absent that, it's, okay, so two ways that a charter can do that. It can state that charter amendments will be done maybe on a regular period of time or as proposed by the council, or both. Some charters speak to both ways, that the council can recommend amendments to the charter or that a charter review committee can recommend amendments to the charter. So you have to know the individual city to know the answer to that question. And then they go on to the ballot with the cooperation and assistance of that county's supervisor of elections. So it also will speak to the fact that most cities don't hold their elections all on their own. They do them in cooperation with a supervisor of elections. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, to go back to home rule, are there more and more instances that home rule in all municipalities is being superseded by the state?
I'm so glad you brought that up. There are cycles in governments, and the cycle that we're in right now is showing a lot of what's called preemption. And that means that the state steps in to a county or a municipality. Article 8 and the home rule provisions apply only to counties and to municipalities. They do not apply to school boards or to special districts. So what we're talking about is your counties and your cities. Their home rule powers in this particular, I'm going to say it's about a 5-year swing of this particular legislature, there's been more preemption than we'd seen in the last 15 years, for example. Now, there was preemption in the 1980s. There was a little bit of preemption in the 90s. Not a lot of preemption in the early 2000s, and we're into sort of a swing cycle right now where the state is saying we'd like to take this authority away from cities and counties and keep it at the state level. And it's troublesome, obviously, to a city or a county. Number one, you fought 50 years to get home rule power. You don't want to see it nibbled away, the edges nibbled on. Number two, does the state really understand what they're making a decision about? They're not working at the local level. They don't know what it'll take to implement this. It can be very troublesome. So with that in mind, what the argument that cities and counties obviously are arguing every day in front of the legislature is don't preempt that authority. So it is a tough environment. The example is last year a bill was passed at the urging of the telecommunications industry. All of the telecom companies. Now this is both cable, it's phones, and it's the dish wireless type programs as well. They banded together to ensure that they can place wireless devices anywhere without local zoning or land use getting to have a say. These facilities, the piece of equipment can be the size of a kitchen refrigerator. And no city or county now gets a say in where they go. And it's going on public rights of way. So this could be on a sidewalk, it could be in the middle of a park, it could be in the middle of a historic district. And that was the city's argument, as well as the Florida Association of Counties, was, you know, you're not giving any thought to where you're putting that. You think it's a great location based on wireless communication, but look where you're putting it and let the city or the county have a say. And we did not win on that argument, and it's now the law. Also, the compensation for that right-of-way is capped at $150. So the disruption to that local government for that piece to go in, if it ripped up a sidewalk, if it ripped up plants and shrubs and trees, $150 max. We fought. You need to know that there were more than 60 lobbyists per member of the House and the Senate in Florida lobbying that issue. That's really hard to go up against. That's just one example of an erosion of home rule. And so one of the arguments we make is special interests versus public interests. Cities and counties are a public interest. This is an example of where we lost and home rule was eroded. And that's just last year.
You at the Florida League help us in a lot of all the municipalities.
We try very hard to, just as the Florida Association of Counties, and it's why we were created. Exactly, and it was right here in Tampa Bay that we got formed in 1922. One of their city leaders invited all the other city groups together, and see if this sounds familiar, we need a united voice to speak to the legislature. Gee, those words still ring so true today, right? Our mission hasn't changed in that regard. Our mission was to be the united voice for the municipal governments in the state of Florida. Other questions? All right, so when we think about a charter review committee, based on what your city's charter provides, you might have a committee in place that's going to be making recommendations back to the council or commission. We kind of use those words interchangeably, councils and commissions. Or they may be putting something directly on the ballot. It depends on how your city's charter identifies the role of this committee. Some committees recommend to council, some cities have direct ballot access. Okay? They do it different ways for different reasons. That's each city's choice as to how it wants to make that. And I'm not going to speak to what Madeira Beach is doing. The league does not tell a city what to do. We point you towards examples within other cities. We're a resource. We love to answer questions. It's not our job to come in and say, your city must do it this way. That's not what we're about. But every city has to decide how it wants to do this. Now, a charter review committee might come back with, say, 2 or 3 recommendations for the ballot. Then the council, if they're in a recommending role, the council is going to look at the upcoming election cycle and determine the best timing for these changes. They might also then have the attorney make one final sweep through to make sure everything legally has the right standing, and then they get ready for the actual election process. Now, the committee's work really isn't done then because you have to start the public education campaign of why you're looking at these changes and what will the changes mean, and we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But you see that the committee's role is both the beginning, where they're going to be discussing all the different elements of the charter, then they're in the recommending phase, and then they can also be part of the educational phase as well. Kind of look at it in phases. The citizen weigh-in part of this is critical. Every charter review committee is an instrument of a city, which means it's then bound by public meetings law and public records law. So when this committee meets, the citizens are welcome to be there, ask questions. They'll have a place on the agenda to say, why are you debating it this way? Or what have you considered this? And what about this? The citizens' input is critical because ultimately this is going to be the citizens' decision, right? They're going to be the ones making the vote. And so one of the things you hope is that as the level of government closest to the people, that the people will be active, take an interest in this, and not be surprised when they see it on the ballot. You hope that there's that element of the buy-in, the participation, the education, all the information going out prior to any votes. Questions on the committee or the committee's role? Okay. Some of the things that we see in every charter. And we're going to dive a little more deeply into these. The preamble, why we exist. It's usually your chance to be a little poetic. This is where you get to do the pretty language, you know. We're here for the public's safety and health and welfare, which we were talking about earlier. You know, we're here to provide services. We're here to create a quality of life that is second to none. That's kind of your preamble. Boundaries. A lot of folks now are putting the boundaries in a reference section as opposed to the entire legal description of a city because boundaries change. If you're a city that can annex and you might have annexed land, right? You want to make sure that the right version is in front of your public all the time. So in a digital age, you can put a reference link into the actual boundaries as opposed to 8 pages of the meets and bounds description. The legislative body, this is the council or the commission. How is it going to be picked? What are the terms? How will they be elected? And also, what are they to do? It's not a job description as much as it's a couple of words about the roles and responsibilities of the legislative body. For the form of government, this is what we're talking about with the chain of command. Who's going to be making certain essential decisions? Not a lot of detail, but you want to make sure your form of government is identified and that the powers are spoken to, because this is the document from the people back to themselves, and it's going to specify who gets to make which decisions. If you are defining charter officers, this is a clerk, this is an attorney. If you have the council manager form of government, this is the manager. Is there another position you want identified in the charter? If not, you're silent to most of the other positions and they're left to the administrative code. It's not essential that every job be in a charter, right? But if there's a position that matters to a city very, very much, some of them want that in the charter, which is one of the reasons no 2 charters are the same. Yes, ma'am. It depends on the form of government, and her question was, do the charter officials report to the council or the commission? In most cases, the attorney is the one position that answers only to the council or the commission, the city attorney. Depending upon the form of government, many of the other positions can be under the manager. In some cities, they separate the clerk out, and we'll talk within each one as to where those positions will be. I've got a slide coming up that dives more deeply into that. But the attorney is the one that all councils or commissions have that reports to them.
Well, your next point is about fiduciary responsibility. I thought the commission had
You do. Only a council may appropriate funds. Only a council may set a tax levy. Staff may expend funds, but staff may never appropriate funds. That's not only in a city's charter, that's in state law. State law requires that the fiscal authority is under the council or the commission. And I can use them interchangeably, but for your guys' purposes, you're a commission, correct? So I'll try and just use commission. The commission charter states that only the commission may levy a tax, only the commission may authorize certain expenditures to occur. Staff then does the expending, but you see the checks and the balances in that, right? One body does the authorizing. If the other body is doing the expending, the staff can't do both. Staff can never appropriate. And it's very important that that be spelled out. It's also the council or the commission that orders the audit. And it's the commission that has the regular review of the financial statements, whether that's a monthly type of statement, a quarterly, the semi-annual or the annual. It is the commission's oversight responsibility spelled out in the charter for the review of those documents. And it's usually not just the review, it's also the adoption. So that's why you'll see the council vote to approve a financial report. The commission says to itself, not only have we taken this information in, we're adopting it as this snapshot. This is a 3-month statement of our financial condition right now. We've adopted it into the record. It's permanent. Now, it is a snapshot of what we're like at this moment in time, but we're not just acknowledging that we reviewed it, we're also adopting it. It's our statement. It's that important. And most charters identify what the council's role, commission's role will be within that fiscal structure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Back into the top, you talked about the preamble.
Mm-hmm.
Should that be where, or should we put, or can we put our mission statement?
If you've got a mission or a vision statement, absolutely, you can put that in a preamble. Mm-hmm.
That should be there as kind of second.
Mm-hmm.
Second question was, if the charter committee brings it back to the DOC for recommendation, how does that work? Do they say, okay, we want to change A, do they take it to the attorney puts it into the proper attorney, then it comes to us?
It's usually, his question is, how does it come back to the commission for their consideration? A charter review committee's usually already been working with an attorney so that the language is already ready in terms of its finality. So usually at the time that they're making a report to the commission, the report indicates article by article whether any changes are recommended. For example, Article 1, no changes. Article 2, we're recommending this. Article 3, no changes. Article 4, slight tweak here, whatever it is. That language has usually already been reviewed by the attorney. What it has not yet been done, though, is turned into ballot language. Ballot language is different from, as you know, charter language. There's a limit on the number of words that can go on a ballot. So once you know the changes you want to make, the attorney usually then, if the council or the commission has approved what's going to go onto the ballot, then they have to work with the supervisor of elections to get it ballot ready. And I'm being very specific because I want to make sure everybody notices those steps in the process.
One last question. You were talking about the California and how all those.
Things on the ballot, right.
Is it better to, like, reworking our charter, maybe a little bit, and then get into one election and what's the mayor? So we're not drowning the people.
Right. He's asking about, should you do an entire charter all at once? Should you do it in segments? Part of the dilemma is there's a great old saying, you never step in the same river twice, okay? You're never going to have the same voter in the same mindset more than once. So if you break it up, you've got to run the risk of the same voters could look at the same similar decisions differently due to the passing of time. Others argue that the voter fatigue issue is maybe you do half this election cycle and half the next election cycle, and then the charter's completely done. The other worry with that is what if some of these are predicated upon different sections of the charter and legally you'd have half of it adopted then and it leaves these not in the proper legal framework. So in most cities choose to do all of it at once, but then they do an extensive public education campaign. Some cities will put an entire charter in one yes or no question. Shall this new charter be the charter for this municipality, replacing the old charter, which shall be done away with, right? And on a yes-no vote, all of those changes come up under one question. Other cities prefer to put it up amendment or article by article. Here's Article 1, yes or no. Article 2, yes or no. Article 3. Every city's got to make that decision for themselves. There's no right or wrong way. They get done all of those ways. Mm-hmm. I think this is where some of the peer assistance can help too, looking at the cities who've recently put a charter on the ballot to look at whether they preferred doing it by segment or whether they preferred doing it all at once. Yes, ma'am.
With regards to fiduciary responsibility, are there some communities, I've never seen except ours in Madeira Beach, but are there some municipalities or towns that every month they review the financial report or something like that and make a motion, because you said before.
What they do is they approve the numbers that for that given report. It's just simply, shall we adopt this financial statement, yes or no? The monthly reports are usually where utilities are reporting back. For other parts of the budget, for example, if you've just done some budget amendments, they might do a monthly report to show the differences based on what was amended. Most cities do at least quarterly. However, the cities with utilities often prefer monthly because they're better able then to measure what's happening with the utilities. Water, wastewater, stormwater, depending on what's going on in your community, you might have a preference for monthly, but that's up to every city to determine. And by the way, the determination of what you do usually isn't what's in the charter. That's done by a policy. You know, the utilities will report monthly, or the such and such will report quarterly. For example, parks and recreation fees. You might not need to see them monthly. Quarterly might be just fine for your city. However, let's say you just opened a brand new recreational facility and you really wanted to watch it month to month. You could. It's just a question of directing staff to bring that data back to the city council or the commission, and cities do that. Sometimes they change it too based on what's going on. You know, they'll say, we really want to see it monthly for the next year. Then we'll go back to quarterly. So every city does it a little differently. What you're saying in your charter, though, is that the commission will have the responsibility to review. It's their fiduciary responsibility to regularly review the city's financial health, right?
Well, but in that way, isn't it then important, or is it not, for it to be on the, actually on the agenda, so that a motion is made?
Right, it's usually sometimes it's under the consent portion of the agenda, sometimes it's actually agended for discussion. It all depends. And if you wanted to pull it off of consent, you know, of course, the commission always has the ability to pull it off of consent so that they can discuss it. Maybe they wish to ask the finance director some questions, and so they pull it off of consent and put it onto the regular agenda. It's on most regular agendas across the state. Review of financial statements. Yes, ma'am. Okay, other questions? You guys are asking great questions. Super. All right, we've talked about the legislative body, which we're going to dive more deeply into the forms. You also in your charter are going to indicate how amendments are going to be done. Now, amendments can be part of a charter review process, but amendments can also come about because of actions that get taken, right? And you need to speak to the ability of a city to amend its charter so that the public knows. That's something the public's definitely going to want to know. In the old days, charters got amended by special act of the Florida legislature in an even-numbered year because the legislature didn't meet in odd-numbered years, right? So in the old days, the charter would have said, and a special act will be drawn up, and we'll go up to Tallahassee and we'll get a bill sponsor, and we'll work through the legislative process, and then the amendment will become part of the charter. Once home rule occurred, every city that existed at that time had to then decide how they wanted to do their amendment process. What a lot of cities have found is it's great to bring the recommendation back to the commission itself so that the commission can weigh in with its thoughts. Some also provide for amendment by petition. A percentage of the voters may bring forth their petitions, which the commission will then consider so that whatever the question is or whatever the issue is can be put to the ballot. Right? You want to make sure that you've got what's called address access. I want to address this issue. I want it addressed by the voters. I'm the citizen. How does the charter get amended by me, not just the city commission? And that's why amendatory processes in a charter get spelled out that way. Does that make sense? So these are the essential elements of a charter. And your articles get numbered by the section. So when we say Article 3 is going to address this, or Article 4 is going to address this, it kind of follows, this is sort of a table of contents. What I want to pass around too, there is a model city charter. Teddy Roosevelt, in the 1890s, was part of a group in New York that was trying to take apart a very strong political machine called Tammany Hall. We all remember this from our history classes? Right. In order to do that, a group was formed called the National Civic League, and not to be confused with the National League of Cities. They're very different organizations. The National Civic League in 1897 wrote the very first ever model charter because they wanted a social contract between the people and their local government. And the language that I used this morning largely gets pulled from Teddy Roosevelt's writings that talked about the people believe so strongly in self-determination that they will write a contract and they will enforce that contract, and it is the charter. The Model City Charter as a document is great for the questions that it poses. However, in Florida, we cannot use its language because it speaks often of a committee of the council, for example, going behind closed doors and meeting. We have too strong a sunshine laws to use their language. So as you flip through it, please note the questions that it asks, not the language. Again, don't use the language. The reason we like the Model City Charter as an organizational document is it helps a charter review committee with the questions that it might want to ask, and I've got some slides on that coming up. So now that we know the outline of a basic charter, let's talk about some of the things that we would look at specifically within a city's charter. The legislative body. What's the right size for a city commission? Is there one magic number? No. The smallest elected body in Florida for a city is 3, and that's Weeki Wachee and a handful of other cities, all of whom have a population of less than 100. All right, if you're bigger than 100, the most common number we see is 5, but we also see some 6s because the mayor is non-voting, and that's what some cities choose to do. If they're going to give the power of the gavel to the mayor, then they want a legislative body, but they don't want the mayor to vote. That's their choice. We have some 7s. We had a 10. Pensacola used to have 10 on the council with a non-voting mayor. They've now changed and they're back to 7. We have some 8s with a non-voting mayor. The biggest is Jacksonville. They have 19. Jacksonville is both a county and a city consolidated as a city. As a result, they took the whole county commission, they took the entire city council, and then they added 4 at-large seats, and they got to 19. So is there a right number? What's right for your city? That's the real question. What's the right number for your city? That's how city commission sizes get done. Let's talk about the terms. 4 is too many, 2 is too few. How about 3? These are the debates. Governments are built by committee, by consensus, sometimes by compromise, sometimes by a flip of the coin. In any event, you have to decide on the term that works for you. What a lot of the cities with 2-year terms have discovered is that a budget takes 3 years to do because you audit the last year, you're in this year, and you're planning for the next year. And so 2 years means you might never see all the fiscal years done within your one term. However, there are those who believe that 4 and 3 is too long to leave anybody in office. This quote is attributed to Mark Twain. Who knows if he ever said it? A lot of things get attributed to Mark Twain. But his comment was that politicians and babies need to be changed, and frequently, and for the same reason. I don't know, but I will tell you that 4 at least allows somebody to get all the way through the fiscal years, as does 3. The issue with 2 is you never get to fully see the entire budget process. You're always in the year you're auditing, you're always in the year you're in, and you're always planning for the year ahead. But we have a mix in Florida. It's about half and half that are 2 and 4, and then a smaller percent at 3, and the ones that did 3, it's because they thought 2 was too few and 4 was too much. It's nice that we have all those options. In some states, the term is determined by the state. You must be a 4-year council and you don't get any say in it. At least in Florida, it's a home rule decision, and it's a heavily debated home rule decision. We have cities that have changed their terms just in my time at the league. Oh, we used to have 4-year terms, now we have this, whatever. There are even cities that change between the term of the mayor and the term of the council. The mayor is a 2-year term, the councils are 4-year terms. I see that as well. We don't have any 6-year terms in Florida. There are some states that allow cities to do that. So 2, 3, or 4, you have to decide. One of the other questions that comes up, are you going to stagger the council, the terms? On a 5-year council, you could do 2 seats, then 2 seats, and then 1 seat. You could do 3 seats and then 2 seats on your different election cycles. You can do them all at once. You'd save more money if you do them all at once, but there's a dilemma with all at once. What if the entire council turned over and then you elect an entirely new group? And all the institutional knowledge and memory is gone. And for some cities, that's okay. They don't mind that. So they do all the council seats all at once. Others prefer to stagger. It's the city's choice. How you get elected. In Florida, cities that are 5,000 population or less, 5,000 population or less, primarily do what's called true at-large, meaning all the members of the commission may live anywhere they wish, and all the citizens vote for all the seats. Now, in theory, the entire city council could live on the same street. And that was the worry. What if all the city commission lived on the same subdivision or the same street or the same apartment complex? You could have that happen. In theory, I've never seen it happen, but in theory you could. So many of the scholars, the political scientists, started to argue that we need to do single-member district, which means I live in a prescribed area, maybe it's a couple of precincts big, and only the people who live in that precinct vote for me. That's a single-member district. So your council seats might be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and or 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the mayor is at large. And those 4 divide evenly by population the city. The issue that single-member district gets charged with, though, is what's called parochialism, which means I only care about what happens in my district. I don't care what happens in your district. You want to park in your district? I want to park in my district, right? And that competition or that closed-mindedness got criticized. So then we came up with a third way, which is I have to live within a prescribed area, but I run at large. So your seats are still 1, 2, 3, and 4, but you run at large with all the voters. And we're fairly evenly split across Florida with that. We also have some city charters that combine them. On a council of 7, they'll have 4 seats that are districted, 3 are at large, and one of those 3 is the mayor. They mixed it. So that's why no 2 charters are the same either, is because every city has decided the best way for it to elect its council. And this is one of the things charter review committees often undertake, is the issue of the term itself and how we're going to elect the members of the legislative body. Does that all make sense? Okay, pretty evenly split. There's also 3 ways to pick a mayor. In cities that are 50,000 and above, which are the big cities in Florida, they tend to directly elect the mayor. You run for the seat as mayor, and you're mayor your entire term. The other 2 ways we see more in cities that are under 50,000 in population. This is rotational, so you're going to be mayor this year, you're going to be mayor next year, you're going to be mayor the following year, and every year you have an organizational date where the office changes. The other is to elect from within the council. They nominated you to be mayor this year. Next year, they'll hold an election again just from within the council. All of the commissioners are even, and then one of them serves as mayor. You can elect the same person to serve as mayor as many times as you want, but it's the council making the decision as to who will be mayor. Do those descriptions make sense? Okay. Now, does every city have a mayor? No. We have 4 cities in Florida that didn't like the M word. Just didn't like it. So their charters are written with something called a council president or a commission chair, something along those lines, and there's no mention of mayor. But you want someone to preside at your meetings, right? You want to make sure there's someone who organizationally is taking that leadership role. And it's up to the city to decide what they want to call that position. All right, are there questions on this part for the legislative body? Because if not, we're going to dive into the forms. All right. I know this is text heavy, but I also know that you can use this as a handout as the Charter Review Committee gets going, which is why it's a little more text heavy. When we came over from Great Britain, the form that we brought with us is largely called, there are 2 kinds of mayor-council forms. One is weak mayor and one is strong mayor. When I use those terms, please, 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 I am not talking about the mayor's personality. Okay, I'm talking about the charter. Does the charter give the mayor extra powers or even extraordinary powers? In a council weak mayor form, the council's doing everything collectively. There is no manager, there's no administrator in the charter. The council does everything together. All the department directors report to the council. So at a council meeting, the mayor or a member of the council would point to the water director or the police chief or the fire chief or the parks and rec director for either their input or assistance in a decision, but the council is doing everything in the collective. It hires together, it fires together, and it's mostly found in Florida in cities that are 30,000 in population or less. And it's about 85 cities that have this, city, towns, and villages. The beauty of this form is that all the power rests in the council collectively. The tough part of it is you're part-time, right? Councils in Florida are part-time. If you're directing these departments, might be some extra meetings to hear from all the departments. You know, it could take an extra chunk of time. Some councils also struggle with this responsibility of hiring and firing and disciplining of employees. So they look at other forms. But for the 85 cities who have it in Florida, they love it. They make it work for them, happy as can be. The council strong mayor form is what's often called an elected executive. This means the mayor is the day-to-day administrator of the city. The mayor usually does not vote. The mayor is on the dais sometimes with the city council, sometimes not. But the mayor usually, there's a couple of exceptions, the mayor usually is not legislative, but administrative. The mayor hires and fires. The mayor prepares the budget. The mayor implements what the council does. That's council strong mayor. This is about 45 of our cities in Florida. It also happens to be the 6th largest by population. So this is Jacksonville, Miami, Hialeah, Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Orlando. All right, questions on those two. We call these the mayor council forms, and then the differentiation is what is the power of the mayor? Is it weak or strong? That's what these are called, mayor council forms or mayor commission. Use it interchangeably. Those make sense? Okay. The commission form has largely gone away. Your neighbor, South Pasadena, has the last pure charter with this form. This is Batman and Gotham, okay? This is the city of Gotham. So you're elected as the police commissioner. You're elected as the fire commissioner. Jonathan's the roads and drainage commissioner, right? You both are legislative and you're running maybe one or more departments. How do you do that part-time? That's why this one's largely gone away. At one time, there were 1,000 of these around the United States. It got created in Galveston, Texas to help them survive in 1900 after their huge hurricane. And at the time, it made great sense. But if you're part-time, I don't know how to run a department full-time and do all the hiring and the firing and the doing of what I need to do if I'm only part-time. So over time, people got frustrated with this form, and it's largely gone away. We have 2 cities that are actually with this. South Pasadena's is pure. The other one is kind of a hybrid, and I don't think they're actually in charter review right now to talk about changing theirs, so I don't know. But we don't see much of this nationally as much as we used to either. Just because a city calls its elected body a commission does not mean they had or ever were going to have the commission form of government, by the way. Commission gets picked. Council is the traditional word for cities. Commission gets picked because it's gender neutral. The first city to elect a woman councilman, they didn't know what to do with the charter because the charter said all councilmen, da-da-da-da-da. So then they started using terms like Madam Councilman. Right, so another one of your neighbors, Seminole, came up with a great alternative. They changed their charter to counselor, C-O-U-N-C-I-L-O-R. But when you say it out loud, people think you're in the mental health profession, which is wonderful because in a way you kind of are, right? If people stop you often enough at Publix to tell you their woes, maybe you are a counselor. But in any event, there's debate over whether that word's been effective for them or whether it's caused more confusion. Counsel is a tough word to make gender neutral. Commission was easy, and it was already gender neutral, so a lot of cities amended their charter to call their council a commission. And I say all of that to remind you, when you see the word commission, it's probably not the commission form of government. The charter, like I said, there's only 2 left in Florida. There's probably less than 100 nationwide. This was very popular for a long time with counties, and it's also changed over the years because, again, it's very hard to do something like running a full department. It works great for Batman and Gotham. I don't know that it works that well for the reality of a day-to-day government. That leaves the form that is the most prevalent, and that is council manager or commission manager. Starting in 1908, what this was created to do was to emulate a business model. You have voters that are like stockholders. The voters elect a board, like a board of directors, right, for a company. You've got a council or a commission. That company then hires a CEO, a chief executive officer, to run the company on a day-to-day basis, much like a council or a commission would hire a manager. They work at the pleasure of that body. They answer to that body. They make recommendations to that body, and they implement what that body does. Now, that's very much on paper how it's meant to work. It's a lot harder to make it work day to day, but that's what it was built to do. This is the most prevalent form in the United States for cities and for counties, as well as in Florida. This is about 275 to 280 on any given day. Charters are being amended, and there are hybrids, people that pick a little bit of each of the forms of government to make it work for them. Under this form, the council or commission hires a manager who serves at their pleasure. Sometimes that includes a contract or a letter of agreement or a handshake. It can be any one of the above. That manager is there to hopefully be the professional over all of the departments. And this is the person who hires and fires. The manager also prepares the agenda material. The manager also makes recommendations to the council and is there to do a lot of the research and the homework and to direct the departments back to the council or commission for their advising. It's found in cities of all size, as small as a population of 43, and all the way up to Tallahassee and Fort Lauderdale, which have this form of government. They're the largest in Florida. So it's across all of the population areas. Now, I have to mention hybrids because the only people who want to count these forms are political scientists and statisticians. What matters most for a form of government is what works for a city. And if a hybrid works better for your city, hallelujah, congratulations, that's great, and we just don't put it in a category. It's okay if you can't count all of them. So if you add my numbers up that are up there on the screen, you're going to see that it doesn't equal 412 because we have hybrids, and that's okay. What matters, the Alexander Pope, who was a famous English statesman, said it better than anybody. For forms of government, let fools contest. That which is best administered is best. It kind of says it in a nutshell. So are there questions on the forms? I usually get some questions here.
I think the council manager wins the best.
And there are lots of opinions.
Or commission manager.
Right, whether you call it commission manager or council manager, we kind of use them interchangeably. One of the questions I'll point out to you in the debates, and the league takes no position. We would never tell a city that they had to have a certain form of government. We don't take a position. I can do a pro and con on all these forms, right? Here's the pros, here's the cons. Here's the pros, here's the cons. One of the things I'll throw out at you that comes up usually is, how does a mayor know how to run a city? A strong mayor. Do they go and get a degree in school? Are they maybe used to work for that city? You know, where's your guarantee, right? Well, similarly with a manager, if you hire a manager with experience and a professional background, then hopefully they'll know how to run that city. Now, the question that usually comes up is, why can't we vote for the manager? How come the manager isn't on the ballot? I want to vote for the manager. That doesn't go with that particular form. Following the business model, the stockholders appoint a board of directors. The board of directors appoints the CEO. They don't elect the CEO. Managers are supposed to separate administration and politics, and that's politics with a small p. We're not talking about partisan, Republican, Democrat. There's politics in everything, right? So in theory, the manager is separate from all of that. Therefore, you wouldn't want your manager running for the office. But we get citizens all the time who will go up to managers. I'm sure Jonathan's had it. I voted for you, right? And of course, the answer to that is always, you're just very polite. You explain to them what the form of government is, and usually their eyes glaze over, and they don't understand it because most people believe that they're voting for this person.
Oh, your name sounds familiar.
Right. But do you all have questions on how these work? Does this explanation help? Okay, so what a lot of charter review committees will ask themselves is the question of, does our form of government work for us today? And do we see it working for the next 5 to 10 years? Have we got the form of government that best reflects the mission and the goals of this city? Right? And that's where you want your charter review committee focused, is on those bigger picture questions of, does this work? Does this work for us today?
I think the primary reason for the commission manager, which makes sense, because when the voters elect their board,
Do you understand how government works?
Well, it only makes sense that we have a CEO, which is the city manager, that runs the day-to-day operation.
Well, there are lots of folks who agree with you, but there are folks as well who believe that the other forms work well for them. Right. Right. Okay, no other questions on this one? Wow, okay. Let's do some comparisons with Madeira Beach. I did a 3,800 to about 5,300 population range, and there are 20 cities in that. Now, being coastal makes you different versus interior. So in that comparison of the 20, 8 of them are coastal, 3 were rural, 4 were urban, but the vast majority are suburban. And that's very true for Florida, right? Most of Florida has a suburban characteristic. We only have very small pockets of dense urban situations. And we don't have that many rural cities because most rural areas are unincorporated county and no city exists in that area. For the forms of government out of that 20, you'll see that that looks pretty statistically like the list that I showed you for the forms. There is 1 commission form, 2 council week mayor, 1 council strong mayor, and 16 that are either council manager or commission manager. And then I compared the sizes of the council. We had 5s and 6s and 7s. We didn't have any 8s or 10s or bigger. That's that side part of it. So just some simple comparisons. Now within that, you can go a little deeper. For a charter review committee, one of the things to look at then is to go a little deeper within this 20 to find some that we would call a peer comparison. Peers are very important. You want to compare cities not just for where they're located geographically or their population. That's not enough. You also want to look at the scope of service. Is this a city that's doing police, fire, water, sewer, parks and rec, and public works? Or is it a city that is just doing its comprehensive plan and its land use and no other services? Everything else is contracted out, maybe with the county or a neighboring city. If you're looking at that for comparison purposes, the only thing they had in common was population. Often that's not enough. So as a charter review committee digs deeper in, we can help at the league by helping to identify some peer cities. So can your manager or an attorney. They can compare and say, here's a city that is similar in population, that's also coastal, because coastal matters. You're up against different risk factors when you're coastal, right? So here's some other ways to compare. We found some that are doing very much the same services. That would be a peer city. So then you can look at their charter, your charter, and just go page by page together and say, oh, look at the similarities. Oh, look at the differences. That's a peer comparison. Population alone sometimes isn't enough. It's just important to dig a little deeper. Questions on these comparisons?
Are you giving us those 8 cities that fall as coastal?
I can. I can make that list available. If I provide that to Clara, then Clara can share that with the committee or with Jonathan, both of you. Yep, be happy to.
We may already have those, I don't know.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that. My pleasure. Other questions? All right. Some of the best practices that we see in charter reviews. In my 27 years at the league, these are some of the things that I see cities doing very effectively. Having a really representative charter review committee, making sure that you've reached out and you've made it as inclusive as you can of citizens from different walks of life, geographically the differences within your city as well. Making sure, obviously, in your public meetings that there's lots of time for public discourse and questions and discussion, even debate if you need to set it up for debate purposes. Using your website. The first couple charter reviews I did were pre-computer. I am that old. And boy, it was a different day. How do you get the information out to the public without something like the internet? It was really tough. You had to go to Kiwanis and Rotary and Elks and the Lions and you name the group and you went to everybody and you took volumes of paper with you and you still didn't think everybody'd read it all. I mean, you're practically posting it on the bulletin board at Publix to get people to get engaged in it. Nowadays, you can set a section up on your charter that's on your website, just about the charter, and develop something called an FAQ, frequently asked questions. Why is the city reviewing the charter? Why now? What did this charter review process include? What doesn't it include? Be as transparent as you possibly can. because then the public really feels free to get engaged. They're not worried. They're not wondering, what are you guys up to? What's going on, right? Be as transparent as you can be. Put the great questions out there. In this day and age, it is so much easier with a website. The other then, of course, is making sure that everybody knows this is being talked about even on the web, because let's face it, we've all got a ton of competition when it comes to the web. So then you do still need to reach out to those community groups and civic groups and homeowners associations to remind everyone that this is going on, because charter review doesn't happen every day. Maybe it's only once every 20 years, maybe it's every 15 years. Whatever your time period is, you've got to make sure the public knows now is that time, and it's a critical time. Partnering with these civic organizations, get somebody to co-host a discussion about the charter if the need arises. Sometimes these are minor little tweaks to a charter and there's not a huge educational campaign, but what if a city chose to rewrite the entire charter? You'd want to make sure the public knew all the who, what, when, where, how, and why. All of it. I just can't stress enough the need for the transparency too, because this is the citizens' document and you can't govern without it. It's the foundation for everything. No city law stands apart from a city's charter. It's just critical. Questions on this part for the best practices? It's pretty straightforward, hopefully helpful. Some things to avoid. Recently, I was with a city that had put the exact same power under the mayor and the manager. I mean literally word for word, the same power. So the mayor said, that's my power. And the manager said, that power has been given to me by the voters. And guess what? Not good, right? I don't think the citizens meant to do it. I don't think they went out intentionally to do it. I think maybe that day they didn't have the attorney with them. I don't know. Either way, the voters had voted it in, and now they're going through their review process, and they've got to pick one or the other, because you don't want that power being given to both. Confusion in a charter causes confusion in every other law and policy for a city. The election section for qualifications can get really tricky. Don't put too much of it in the charter. Refer people to an ordinance that spells out how you do your qualifications. The more of this that's in the charter, the worse it gets. That we've just learned this over the years. You spell it out to the nth degree, and all of a sudden somebody comes forward and says, well, the first Monday after the first Tuesday of the first da-da-da-da-da, and you screwed up your calendar, and nobody wants that. Less is more in a charter, because you can always back it up with additional ordinances. Yeah, let me go back.
You stated early on, charters are 16.
Right.
Ours is 26. And less is better. You were talking about qualifications. I'm wondering, again, the FAQ, transparency, all of that, but if we wanted to refine that so that we don't, having read, we have we have line after line of the qualifications of finance director, of the city manager, of the city attorney, and, that wouldn't be something that you'd have delineated. Would we possibly be setting the stage if we reduced these descriptions? Would people think we were?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Normally what's in a charter, and I don't have Madeira Beach in front of me. You want to make sure that the authority for the position is in the charter. The qualifications can be referenced by ordinance, and you can simply say, please see the ordinances for the full job description and or qualifications of the individual. The power and the authority is what has to be in the charter. I mean, just as a charter scholar, and that's what I am. I'm an armchair charter scholar. When I'm bored, I read charters. I'm weird, I'm different. It's fun for me, right? I love reading charters. Part two, I need to say, some of those 26 pages, I'm guessing, is your meets and bounds description. No? Very little of it? Okay.
Takes up essentially one page.
Okay. So, for example, saying that someone is going to be experienced will be an experienced professional. A lot of cities are learning that that language, then backed up with a job description, is sufficient. Other cities still want to say a minimum of 10 years, and they put it in the charter because it means that much to them. I wouldn't argue that you can't do it. The question is, 26 pages is a longer charter. I've seen them even longer than that, and then I've seen them 6 pages. So if you don't put enough in, it's not the right kind of framework, right? But editing, the question back to the public would then be, we believe very strongly that this is enough of a description, and we're going to back it up additionally, either by ordinance or in the administrative code.
The real critical part of that, I think, is misinterpreting or not having the exact same language in the charter as, you know, maybe it conflicts really with.
You can't have anything conflict,
That's
right?
scary,
And that's the
because
scary part.
You got the people voting for the entire, you know, the
Charter.
and then you have a legislative body that can somehow skew it or misinterpret it or whatever into
Right.
the ordinance, and that's where you get in a lot of trouble.
Most charters that do well and that aren't thrown into court or don't get challenged are clear in the fact that they want experience and they want professional background. They're using those kinds of words. It's harder when you've put in something like a 10-year minimum and then what the candidate that comes forward only has 8. So if you hire that person, are you then in violation of your charter? Well, maybe what it said instead was commensurate combination of education plus experience. And so how much do you want somebody nitpicking over that kind of charter language? Again, scholarly-wise, the important thing is you've specified the authority. This position does this by charter. For example, a manager has the authority to hire, fire, and discipline all employees of the municipality. That's a very powerful statement. Backed up with an administrative code then that discusses how hiring is done, how terminations are done, how grievances are heard, right? That isn't in the charter. That's in the administrative code, which is adopted by council by vote. Now, making sure they don't conflict with one another, critically important. You are absolutely right, ma'am. Critically important.
So then, when you're reviewing the charter, you need to make sure that every part of that charter actually has anything connected with an ordinance stated on the charter, so you don't miss it when you're doing it.
It would say something like, this is further described in the administrative code. This is further described in an ordinance. This is further described, right?
Actually identifying the ordinance that it.
Except that ordinance numbers can change, and you don't want to have to go back and amend the charter because you said 32-C and it got amended, and then once it was readopted, its new number was 64-A. Again, this is one of the dilemmas, right? How far can you go? And I'm not a lawyer, and they don't pay me to be a lawyer, and I don't play one on TV.
Now, there's some areas that's not backed up by ordinance. Let's say what you, morning talking about, like referendums or qualifications or elections, and because referendums, we really should be following state statute.
Yes.
We're laying it all out there, and some of that I've seen in there that is not applicable anymore. We can use, reference state statute. Election.
As spelled out in chapters, or just as spelled out in state statute, and you don't even have to specify the chapter,
And
right?
a lot of times, like, where elections are referenced in the charter, you're saying, you're nominated, if, like us, we're nominated by district, if you're elected at large, the mayor is nominated at large, elected at large, and then they leave the qualifications to follow the same as the state statute.
Because qualifications can change too. Sometimes they get challenged for qualifying. I mean, obviously, you can't be on a city council if you don't live in the city. And you want to say duh after that, but you'd be surprised the number of people that say, well, my zip code is this. I may not be inside the city limits, but that's my zip code. I think I'm qualified to run. No, you do need to specify some things, right?
They're not referendums like ours, who circulates that petition out there?
Right, you don't want that, yeah. You can leave that to state statute because it changes. Right, that changes. Things like the qualifications of someone who is serving, maybe that's better saved for a job description, but some cities want it in their charter. Again, it's that city's choice to find the right way to do it. Every city has to find their own. Oops, hang on. I'm not going backwards, I'm going forwards. Wait, there we go. So some of the charter trends. I am always asked this question statistically. There have been more cities that have gone to the council manager form than any other form since the 1950s. Also, there have been 26 new municipalities formed in Florida in 30 years, all of which became council manager forms of government in their charters. That is a statistic, and I'm always asked it. The most common time frame for charter reviews is 7 to 10 years. Brand new cities often put 5 years in. That's what skews this number. 5 is very common in a frequency for a younger city because they're still tweaking how they do what they do. They're brand new. As cities get older, you see longer time periods between formal charter reviews. Obviously, the charter can be reviewed at any time the council so wishes or commission. But the formal process, usually, I see more 10 to 20 in an older city. Just across the bay from you, if I'm pointing in the right direction, Tampa is doing their first charter review in 50 years. They kind of forgot. You know, it's just funny. They went back and they were reviewing and they're like, holy cow, we haven't done a charter review in a long time. And they're doing one right now. Mm-hmm.
Does anybody know when the last time ours was done? I don't remember. It was? Did they form a committee, do you know, or? I mean, I don't. You were the council.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wonder if the, city attorney has to go through, once there's recommendations for charter revisions, and check to make sure that the ordinances are not going to conflict.
That is usually one of the first things after charter amendments are passed. They wait until the voters have their say. When the voters have their say, one of the first directives to the attorney is to then do a ordinance review to make sure that nothing is going to now conflict with what has just been amended. Absolutely, ma'am. And usually that's a 3 to 6 month process depending on the complexity of the ordinances for that city, where they'll go through every single one. Nowadays, again, with computers and keyword search function, it's a whole lot easier than when it was manually done word by word, but usually about a 3 to 6 month window, and they'll bring them back for amendment as ordinances because of the charter changes. Yes, ma'am. All right. We are getting close on time, so these are just some questions from the Model City Charter. And I know the book wandered around the room. When you're asking the issue of does this charter reflect this city today? For Tampa, that charter was written not just 50 years ago, but prior to Home Rule. So one of the things Tampa is very aware of is that its articles reflect special acts of the legislature instead of home rule powers. And so that's the first thing that they've done, their strike-through sections, is that they're not looking anymore to the legislature for special acts. They have home rule authority. And as a result, Tampa will have some sizable, like you said, there's some sizable amendments on the ballot come the fall, because that's a 50-year cycle for them. For other cities, you know, that maybe they just did a charter review 10 years ago, but the reflective question that you're asking is what represents the people? And have we asked those questions formally with lots of citizen input? That's really where the Model City Charter has great questions in it. And it's kind of fun to go through and look through those questions article by article. The website part, civic engagement, whatever you can do to pull the citizenry in, I think there's an absolute responsibility to do that in every city. Now, I also wanted to give you some resources. The Model City Charter is a copywritten document. You can't just run off the pages legally, but it's only $15, so I highly recommend it. They also have a Charter Review Committee workbook to take the committee through the process. I'm a big fan. The MuniCode library will let you keyword search charters at no cost. To search ordinances is a fee, but most city attorneys are members and can go through that process through their account. And then for the peer cities, we can help. We have a Center for Municipal Research and Innovation that does peer city comparisons. I will be giving you the 8 that I used just in mine, what I did for the stats that I ran you, but we can also help narrow that down to the cities that are really the best peers for Madeira Beach. And it's important, again, I think, don't compare yourselves to non-comparable situations. And I think my last slide is just questions and discussions, and I know we're coming right up on time, but I wanted to, oh yes, please.
You keep talking about like Tampa redoing their charter, but the Florida Senate
Individual mandates are very different than having no home rule authority whatsoever. What I would caution you on is that the Constitutional Revision Commission that is meeting right now, the CRC, had a proposal in front of it for the last 6 months that right now is not moving to the ballot. I'm going to say that again. It's not moving to the ballot, but it was called Proposal Number 95, and it would have reversed home rule. It would have taken it out of the Constitution. It's not going to be on the ballot as of today. I'm going to knock wood because I'm hoping in the next 3 weeks, as we get closer to May 11th, which is the deadline, hopefully it's not going to come back to life. That would be the one that would undo home rule and that every city charter would then be non-compliant, right? Individual mandates like the fact that no city can have a solid waste landfill anymore, right? All landfills are county. That's been since 1985. If a city still had that provision in their charter, they might want to go ahead and strike it and take it out, but state law already overrides it. There are no open municipal landfills, period, end of story. So now with the other side of home rule, in a preamble, some cities are putting into the preamble how strongly they believe in home rule and that they will fight for home rule and that, you know, they are hopeful that it will always be home rule. Beyond that, yeah, we're just in one of those cycles where the legislature is doing individual mandates like the one I gave you on telecommunication facilities. Other questions? I want to wish the committee all the best with their deliberations. If the league can be of any help, I know your staff will reach out to us, and if there's resources or anything that we can provide, be happy to do that. And just want to say thank you very much. I'm here for the day, so I'd be happy to talk with anybody one-on-one if they've got questions. All right. Yep. Yes. You've already got this PowerPoint. If anybody needed it emailed to them, feel free, share, anywhere. And I can email it to you too, but the city does already have it. All right. My book's back. Aren't they
You can still participate. You'll notice the text options. These are options, right? The text option is the phone number you want to text to is 22333. Okay? 22333, and then text the message FLCU. You should get a message back that tells you we're now part of Dr. Payne's or FLCU's polling activity. If you get something for some other person, exit and try again. We'll tell you how to exit. Okay? Yeah, please go get your devices. Where are you?
go on a search engine? You can't do search.
Oh, she's on poll everywhere.
Okay, full EV. Huh. You didn't do /FLCU though. There we go. I did. Oh, okay, it didn't take it.
Try that again. So I'm being encouraged to use the mic so I can save my voice. By the way, your responses are anonymous. You do not need, you can just put a first name in or whatever, or put in a name of a favorite Disney character. It doesn't matter to me. It just, so that way you can participate and you can just speak your mind. Okay? So pick an answer. If you're using the website, you should see this question and those answers, and you just pick one. Just touch it, and then put the phone down. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to remove the data or anything. And you'll see what happens is as people vote, the bars show up. Right. You cannot find the website. I have friends in the intelligence community, and it's well... Now, if you have friends in the intelligence community, I'm sure you could find it, but it's not searchable. So you have to actually enter it in, pollev.com/FLCU as the URL. Yeah, those are... Right, the bar charts are showing you the percentage of responses, the different answers that people are giving. And that's why a bar will shrink when somebody gives a different answer, because it's percentages, not counts. There we go. So if you've successfully figured this out and your neighbor is sweating, help them out. Help them to get in there. Again, and once you've cast your ballot, then just you can put your phone down for now, and then actually what you've done is once you've gone to pollev.com/FLCU, you've given me power. I now control your phone. Now, what'll happen is every time I bring up another poll in my presentation, that new poll will show up on your phone. If it doesn't, you know that little whirligig arrow that's the refresh button on your browser, just hit that in the refresh and it will show up. Usually it shows up just fine. And that way you're just with me. All the way through the presentation, when I've got a question for you, there will be the poll. And again, your responses are anonymous. This gives us all a chance to respond to questions, to challenge ourselves sometimes, because sometimes the questions are factual questions about things like ethics law, and gives us a chance to be a part of it, to see how we're doing, to see what we're learning. So we love using this, Lynn, and I've had a lot of fun with PolEV. I used to use it in my classes when I was teaching at the University of Tampa, and I would actually let the class, we would do real quizzes and it counted, and I would let the answers show like this, because it was so funny to watch people. So everybody was waiting for the first 2 or 3 people to answer the question, and then everybody would pile on. But you know what? The majority's not always right. So we had a lot of fun with that. Anyway, my name is Scott Payne. I'm the Director of Leadership Development and Education for the Florida League of Cities, FLC's university. We don't grant degrees. We don't have fraternities or sororities, which is a good thing. We don't have to deal with alcohol policies and those kinds of things either. I spent 30 years in higher education, the last 22 as a professor at the University of Tampa. And then Mike Sittig, the Executive Director of the Florida League of Cities, made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And I've loved being with the League full-time since July of 2015. I've been doing training and writing about public service and ethics and communication for municipal office holders and public servants for almost 20 years. And I love doing this. It's so much more fun to come to this class because none of you came in having been out too late the night before. And I don't, maybe not. And I don't have to grade your papers, so it's great. What we're doing in this, I suppose I should answer that question before we walk away, right? So, interestingly, the answer you did not choose is the correct answer. He was a big fan of private jets, and he always had a private jet pretty much as soon as they were available on the market. And in the galley of the jet, in the cabinets, were cans of pork and beans, which he would eat cold from the can. So you think of glamorous old Blue Eyes, but you know what? He's a kid from Hoboken, and that was comfort food. So anyway, but I would agree, Johnny Walker Black Label, that is a food group. I'm with that. What we're doing this afternoon in first session is we're talking about a culture of ethics. So this is a focus on organizational culture, but we can't even do that until we've talked some about ethics itself. So I'm going to talk about ethics and invite you to share with me some of your thoughts about ethics so we get to some kind of common understanding of what it means when we're talking about ethics. I'll introduce you to only three widely recognized ethical principles, decision rules when you're facing an ethically difficult situation, just so you have that tool to work with. Then we'll focus on the organizational attributes that foster a culture of ethics. So once we've laid the foundation, then we'll look into what is it we need to do organizationally. I have basically 4 key ideas that I like to share with people to think about fostering an organizational culture that's ethical. And then a few comments about leaders, so whether those are elected leaders or department heads, some particularly unique responsibilities of leaders in fostering and maintaining that culture of ethics. That's going to be this first session. We're doing all that in 90 minutes. So yes, I do talk fast, but I also want to be sure that I engage you and I hear from you, so I'm going to be watching, and on occasion I'll stop and say, okay, let's talk for a couple minutes about that idea. All right, so let's start with what's ethics? And of course, that sounds like a question that would be perfect for a poll. So this should have showed up on your phone now. And just pick the answer that you think is best. And I apologize that my font's a little small for this environment and a little dim, I think. Which of the following statements best summarizes ethics? Doing what is best for me, following the law, a simple matter of personal choice. None of these statements summarizes ethics well. What do you think is the best summary statement? And again, just as you're seeing some of the bars stretch, and what's happening is it percentages, so they adjust as people cast their ballots. It does at times look like the Kentucky Derby. All right, most everybody's jumped in, and most of you said, I don't think any of these are a good summary of what ethics is, but some of you said, and this is typically the most common alternative response to the last one, is it's about the law. Well, let's talk about that. So ethics is definitely not abstract, first of all. So this is not a boring lecture on something that nobody will ever use. I do have a PhD, that's a philosophical doctorate, and one of my areas was political theory, which can be pretty abstract and boring to a lot of people, especially the stuff I did. But ethics is not that. Ethics is the field of philosophy that's specifically designed to be relevant, which is sort of funny because it means all the other fields are not. It's relevant. It's not a matter of personal preference, and this is the challenge. We get people saying, well, I think it's ethical. You know, there is a part of thinking this through and having an opinion, but just because you think it's ethical doesn't mean it is ethical. Or as one mayor that I know from some time back, when challenged about some conduct in his administration, that certainly seemed to be unethical and something he'd done that a lot of people thought was unethical. And he said, no, it's not unethical. And the reporter said, why not? Because I did it. The personal standard is not the standard of ethics. It's also not about what's best for me. In fact, that's why we need ethics, because sometimes being ethical is costly, and we need something that challenges us not simply to be self-serving. We all take care of ourselves one way or another, and ethics often challenges us to do something different. What about the law? Ethics is not about simply following the law. Now, please do not leave here and go talk to anybody and say, Dr. Payne said I don't need to follow the ethics laws, because that's not what I just said. Ethics is not simply about following the law. So I want you to think about this. Ethics laws get passed, right? Somebody passes them at some point. The legislature passes them, or sometimes a city commission or a county commission will pass its own ethics laws, because the public is aware of things that public officials, professional staff working for municipalities, counties, schools, whatever are doing that they find offensive. They think that that's unethical behavior, and so we pass a law, which tells us something. It was already unethical long before the law was passed. Ethics law is always the tail chasing unethical behavior. And some of the ethics laws that get passed, really, you could shake your head and say, no, that's really not about unethical behavior, and why in the world did we do that? But on balance, ethics laws are always chasing after behavior we already know is unethical. It's just not illegal yet. So we can't look at the law and say, if I'm not breaking the law, I'm being ethical. Yes, you should follow the law, but ethics calls us to something higher. A couple definitions then of what ethics is, and these are just standard textbook definitions. Moral principles. So for this conversation, we're not going to draw sharp distinctions between morality and ethics. They are closely related, but we could have a PhD conversation about the difference. We're not going to. Principles for living and making decisions, or the study of what we ought to do. Not we can do or might do, but what is it that we really should do? And that's what ethics is about. Guiding us in figuring out, given this situation, is there something that I really should do and some things I shouldn't do? The standards by which we make those evaluations, values. There are really three components to ethical decisions: values, facts, and principles. Let's talk about values. What's a value? Whatever we value. Whatever we think is important and that's relevant to the decision. So one of the things that I think is really important, dessert. And in particular, I love mint chocolate chip hot fudge sundaes with a maraschino cherry. That to me is the perfect dessert. I really value having that. Obviously, I'm careful about how often I have it. But you know what? I have not found a decision that involved serious ethical considerations in my entire life where my love of mint chocolate chip hot fudge sundaes was relevant. I still value it. I tell it as a silly story to make a point, because usually when we think about values, we think about moral values, and should. But we need to think broadly because there are things that we value that are very important, that are relevant to making ethical decisions that may not immediately speak to us as being moral values. So I want you to pause for a moment and then give me examples of your values. And I'm inviting you, of course, to give me the sort of obviously moral value really important, but also what are things that are important to you that you make decisions based on that it's not that they're immoral, it's just you don't necessarily think of them as being moral values, they're just things you value. Let's get some of those up on the screen. This is you, if you're on the website, you can put the words in and they will show up on the screen. And as they're coming up, again, I don't know who you are, and that's fine, it's great. So if you misspell something, don't worry, nobody knows. Anybody want to guess how often, when I do this kind of presentation, the word honesty comes up? What percentage of the time? 100%. Okay, 100%. And integrity, I would say, is probably almost 100% as well, just among things that come up. Okay, this works more or less. So, truthfulness, okay, so that's a little different than honesty, just like integrity is a little different than honesty, related. As I appreciate some of what I'm seeing. So here's a particular notion of justice, justice in relationships, faith in God. So, for some of us, moral values, for other people, it's like, that's not important to me, but okay, important for some of us. Humor. Something that I value. Enjoy being in an environment where people enjoy each other. We can laugh about things. You might not immediately think of that as a moral value, but okay, that's a value, and it's important in some of the decisions we make, how we handle something. So and then one that comes up when I get people thinking about it, as you obviously have, family comes up a lot, and should. Many of us, family is a very important value. Family's a really important value to me. My wife and I will celebrate our 40th wedding anniversary in December. We have 10 children. We have 7 grandchildren. Oh yeah, family's really important to me, right? And it's something we know we value. So we've got a lot of good ideas here that are the kinds of things that we ought to bring to decision making, and that would include ethical decision making. Now let's talk about the unique role in which most of you find yourselves. So just a quick show of hands so I know in the group, how many elected officials do I have in the room? Okay. How many members of an advisory board do I have in the room? Okay. How many public servants appointed and employees of the city do I have in the room? Okay, so that's kind of the mix. It's like 40%, 40%, 20%. That's nice. All of you are, for the purposes of what I'm about to say, public servants. The nature of your public service is different, but all of you are public servants. By election, by appointment to an advisory role, by appointment to an employed position. And I'm going to suggest that the values that we, as a former public servant as well, have to bring to the table include some that are unique to our role. Why? Because, among other things, we have to value what our community values. For elected officials especially, we get elected, we have a constituency of people that liked us, and that's why they voted for us, or in my case, they liked my wife, and that's why they voted for me. And so we get into office, and the first thing that hopefully we realize is those aren't the only people whose values we can care about. We now serve the entire public. And our obligation as public servants is to consider the entire community when we make the decisions, which of course does not mean we get to make them happy. But we have to think of all of them because the office we now hold is theirs, and it's a public trust. So we have to serve all of them. And at least in my experience as an elected official, there were things I cared a lot about that the citizens of Tampa did not. There were things I thought were good that most people in Tampa thought weren't, and vice versa. But as an elected official, and this is not about getting reelected, this is about fulfilling the public trust, special obligation to think about what does the community care about? What do people, this entire community, what do they actually care about? What's important to them? What do they value? This is also true for the professionals, for the employees of the city. That this is one of those places where being aware of what is of interest to the community drives the train a lot of the time. Even we have our professional judgment they bring to the conversation, but if our professional judgment says this would be a really good thing to do, not a absolutely necessary thing to do, but a good thing, and the community is going, then either we show them why it's a good thing and go, oh, you're right, or it's like, okay, we're not going to do that thing because the community doesn't want it. City of Tallahassee a few years ago, budget hearing, you know what budget hearings are like, right? Either nobody shows up, or if they show up, they're really insistent that something change. City of Tallahassee has a massive budget because they also run an electrical utility. I mean, it's just millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they're going through this public hearing, and 50 people show up to complain about the budget, and they all have one thing they want to talk about: community gardens. There's nothing in the budget for community gardens, not one dime. Person after person after person for hours testifying about how can you ignore the need for community gardens. So finally, one of the members of the commission turns to his or her colleagues and says, I'm hearing this. Mr. Manager, what do you think? Could we find $10,000 to do community gardens? Sure. If we put $10,000 in the budget, would that work for you? Yay! Okay, we're going to put 10,000. This hours of testimony about community gardens, over $10,000 in a multi-$100 million budget. But okay, that's what we're going to do, and that's fine. Community gardens are great. But you hear the point. Community gardens weren't important to the elected officials. They weren't important to the staff. None of it. This was just not on anybody's radar. It was on some other people's radar. So, okay, we'll make an adjustment. Now we've done it. The values of our community are an obligation we have that in a lot of other settings we don't. Someone in private business, if you have an obnoxious customer, you can just tell them not to come back. You can't. We can't do that. Because they're residents, citizens, business owners, even visitors. Institutional values. So this is I won't actually ask you to raise your hands in this environment, but how many of you, prior to holding a public office, whether it's elected or appointed or as a professional, went around the community advocating for an increase in property tax? I'm just saying, right? But suddenly when we get in the position of being responsible for the effective delivery of services for the entire city, that takes money. And there's a point at which we find ourselves, again, especially elected officials will find ourselves in this situation where we need to explain to our citizens why we need to do that 0.25 mil increase in order to do X that they all want us to do. And they're going to tell us you're crazy and you're wasting all this money and they're just pots of waste laying around in City Hall. We all know they're there. It's okay, come on, tour City Hall, help me find it. But we have an obligation to make the city run. That as private citizens, not so much, but it's a special obligation. And there are the values related to the public trust we hold. This comes back to we serve everybody. Most communities that I've ever been in as a speaker, certainly the city of Tampa when I was in office for 8 years, there are these people in our community who seem to get a particular kind of satisfaction out of making life miserable for the people who run the city. Some of them are in the press. A lot of them they're just folks, and they just come. They come to every meeting. And that's great. That's citizenship at work. They always have something to say about whatever we're doing. Sometimes you scratch your head and not quite sure why that comment makes any sense at all, but they're here and they're speaking and they really are just enjoying making our lives miserable. The values we are obligated to uphold because of the office we hold as a public trust is to treat that person with the same respect that we treat our best friend. Because this office we hold is not about us. Elected, appointed, professional, it's not about us. It's a public trust. It's our little piece of what the public has given to the city to serve the city's community. So we don't get to we have to behave in a way that's kind of a call to something a little higher than maybe we feel like we have to as private citizens. So I want you to think about this for a moment. I'm going to give you the poll question again, but slightly differently framed. What are some values that are your unique obligation to value because you're a public servant? And again, these are anonymous, so it could be something you're aware of in the community of Madeira Beach. You say, people here really care about this, whether I do or not. It could be something that you've just came to mind as you're thinking about this, like, wow, that's something I need to pay attention to that personally might not be so important. I have to comment as that one on Care About People. I'm a big fan of Peanuts, Charles Schultz, the late Charles Schultz column. And I always liked, it was Lucy's comment, I love mankind, it's people I can't stand. So, doesn't matter, yeah, we're going to care about people even if I'd rather not. I don't know what the person was thinking who said future security of others, but I think about that financially myself as I see that and think, if I'm just a citizen of Tampa, I'm not that worried about the 20 years out bond payments we're going to be making. I don't know whether I'll be around in 20 years. But if I'm a council member, then I really should be thinking about what those bond payments are going to look like 20 years out. That actually happens not to be a hypothetical for me, unfortunately. Yeah, transparency. Run my own business. I don't necessarily have to show all my cards, but public service. So you see it? I mean, as these are coming up, and I'm going to get to see your feedback, and that'll guide me when I do these presentations in the future. But do you see that there's at least a nuance of difference between the things we might cherish and think really important for ourselves and what we have to cherish and value and live by as public servants? There's at least some difference. And that's the point of this little exercise. When we think about the values that will inspire our conduct so that we're ethical, we need to recognize that we have to move beyond our personal values. And sometimes that means setting aside a personal value in order to honor a community value. And in a sense, this means that consistency actually may not be a virtue. That in an important sense, the things that we do in our personal life, the way we conduct ourselves, the way we think, may not be the appropriate way to do the job of public service. Some of it, yes, but some of it, no. And I'll give you just one really easy example. I'm a Roman Catholic deacon. One of the things that Catholics do when they pray is they always do the sign of the cross at the beginning of the prayer, and they make a reference to the Trinity. That's what we do. You can agree with that or disagree with that. It doesn't matter. I'm just illustrating what I do. It's a personal value. Thursday, I'm going to be doing the invocation for Tampa City Council. They still do an invocation. Whether that's, whatever the law is going to be on that, we're still doing it. I'm not showing up as a Roman Catholic deacon praying a Roman Catholic prayer for Roman Catholics, because I think only about 2/3 of the council is Catholic, and probably about 40% of the community is Catholic, and for that matter, not even for just Christians, and you just keep expanding that. So the way I pray in private and the way I will do that invocation for the council need to be different, because I need to honor the community that has called me to do this invocation on the community's behalf, not just for myself. And finding the way to do that allows us to maintain our integrity and honor the values that are our unique obligation as public servants. That's the challenge of public ethics, okay? Quick pause for a question or comment about that. Does this make sense? Okay, so let's talk about the second part, really easy. Well, not so easy, but easy to say. We have to know the values that are relevant to the decision, and part of knowing which values are relevant is knowing, well, what is the decision? Well, that's the facts part. We need to know the facts. I cannot know what it means to be ethical in a particular situation if I don't know what the situation is. Facts are critical. So we need to understand, based on the facts, okay, these are the relevant values. The facts help us figure out exactly what is the decision to be made here, and they guide us in evaluating the options that lie before us. So good information is critically important. We cannot make good ethical decisions without good information. What facts don't do, they don't decide for us whether something is valued or not. I might decide in a particular situation that a value is not relevant to a particular decision, but that doesn't mean I don't value it. And I use this my example of this because it is an important point. It may not seem so at the moment. I had the privilege of working closely with some very fine people in law enforcement when I was on Tampa City Council, including some of the members of our SWAT team. You know, Tampa's a big city, relatively speaking. We have a professional SWAT team that includes sharpshooters. Because you got a hostage situation, the job of the sharpshooter on the SWAT team is to find a place where they can be, where they have the opportunity to spot the hostage taker and to kill them with one shot to the head. That's the job of the sharpshooter in those situations. And if the call comes, take him. The sharpshooter's job is to kill with one shot. That's why they're sharpshooters. I never knew an officer who used his or her gun, whether it's a sharpshooter or on the street in the line of duty, who did not regret shooting, sometimes killing. Even if it was the best available option, as in the hostage taker situation where clearly negotiations are breaking down and the hostage taker's threatening to take other people's lives or already has, and of course you're going to have to kill that person, they still regretted it. The facts don't change the values. These fine men and women who sometimes have to use lethal force care about human beings, and they don't like taking human life. And if I find one who does, they don't belong in the force. They should value human life. It's why they serve. Right? So the facts don't change what we value, and they don't change the rules. They simply tell us, here's the situation. These are the relevant values. This is the decision to be made. Third piece, a decision rule. How in the world do we figure out what to do? We've got all these facts. We've got a bunch of values we think are relevant. Now what? Those are the ethical principles. These are guides. They're decision rules. They're methods of applying the relevant values to the facts of the situation. I'm going to just introduce you to three that are well known. Some, at least probably one or two of them may be familiar to you, depending on what your educational background is. At least one of them almost certainly. And I'm going to introduce you to three different schools. There are, today I would say, 4 basic schools of ethics when it comes to ethics principles. The most modern of those, most recently developed, is called the ethics of care. It's still hard to find really nicely articulated principles. So in a longer presentation, I talk about the ethics of care. I'm not going to do that much today, except to acknowledge that there is a school of thought in ethics today, for the last 30 years or so, that has said, you know, what we really ought to focus on are all the relationships. And that ethical decision-making is about upholding and sustaining all relationships that we should be having with all the affected people. But I want to talk about some older traditions. The character or virtue tradition defines ethics in terms of the person making the decision. It's all about being a person of virtue. And this, Aristotle's golden mean, is the classic illustration. Do that which avoids both the extremes of too much and too little. So-called golden mean. Not the golden rule, the golden mean. And here's Aristotle's notion. Every virtue, everything that we ought to value about us in our character or seek to have in our character, it's on a continuum where there's too little of the thing, there's too much of the thing, and then there's the sweet spot. So let me give the example of honesty. Honesty is a virtue. You put it up there as a core value, right? Yes? Is there such a thing as too little honesty? What would we call that? Lying, dishonest, right? Okay, so yeah. So we recognize on one end there's this thing called dishonesty, and then we move toward more and more and more honest. Is there such a thing as too much honesty? What do we call that? Callousness. You know, that is the ugliest tie I've ever seen you wear, Scott. Too honest, right? Callous, uncaring. That's all Aristotle's saying. He says, don't just say, I'm going to be as honest as the day is long. I'm always going to tell the truth, and it doesn't matter who it hurts. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too little honesty, dishonesty. Too much honesty, callousness. Is there a sweet spot? Yes. And so what Aristotle would say is that the thing is to identify the relevant values, recognize the continuum. So what does too little of this look like? What does too much of this look like? And then find the sweet spot. That is being ethical. And you would have to do that for all of the relevant values. And it really focuses on the person making the decision, to be that person who seeks the sweet spot for all the relevant values. One model. A second focuses on duty, and so it'll apply in some cases, and actually in other cases it may not apply at all, because the notion of duty is, I'm going to discover that which I must do, and that's what I'm going to do. And in some situations, there may not be something that I must do. There may be a lot of choice. Whoop. That's interesting. Where the heck did that come from? Okay, so that's not on my computer. Is Chris around? That's not on my computer. I don't know where that ad came from. That's pretty wild. I'm not going there. Thank you. Well, there's a new experience you have every time you present, and that's the first time I've had a commercial in my presentation. All right, so duty, Immanuel Kant's so-called categorical imperative. Do that which you would want every person to do as if required by law. Kant was looking for those things that ethics compelled us to do. And he called it a categorical imperative, imperative meaning one must, categorical meaning across the board. So when you see those people in public office who we don't have a lot of respect for their ethics, and some accusations come out and they stand in front of the press and say, I categorically deny all those allegations, you can be pretty sure they're lying. Because usually there's a reason that they're going so far and pushing so hard. That's often the case. But the idea of categorical is across the board. So if this is a rule that we must follow, then we're going to, oops, try that again. There we go. Then anyone in our situation would be obligated to do this too. So it's seeking to discover that which we must do and doing it. And as I say, there are some situations, I think, where that's not clear, that there may not be anything that anyone in that situation must do. There also are some situations where you look at it and say, I'd rather not. But I really don't think on this, from an ethics standpoint, there's a choice. I must. That's what he was talking about. The third actually sounds the most like public policy. And this is the consequentialist model of ethics. So now we're looking at what happens if. If we do this, then what? If we do that, then what? And we're looking at consequences. We're looking at outcomes. Because notice, that wasn't what Aristotle was doing. He was looking at finding the sweet spot, whatever the consequence. That wasn't what Kant was saying. Do this because you must, whatever happens. But for the utilitarian tradition, and this is the kinder, gentler form of that, John Stuart Mill, it's all about what happens if. The greatest good for the greatest number while doing the least harm possible. That's what we ought to do. Do the greatest good for the greatest number while doing the least harm possible. And if you think about public policy decisions that you make, whether as a professional on the staff, whether as an elected official, oftentimes this is what we're calculating in our heads, consciously or otherwise, is, okay, who's going to benefit from this? Who's going to get hurt? Is that a fair distribution of burdens and benefits? How do we do this? Whether it's a fee structure we're putting in or regulations we're putting in, or it's, okay, how do we make this a kind of fair distribution of burdens and benefits? And that's utilitarian. This is the kinder, gentler form. It's not just the greatest good for the greatest number. We also have to be sensitive to who gets hurt and do the least harm possible while doing the greatest good for the greatest number. That's the model. The whole idea is these are tools that we would take the values we're dealing with and apply them to the facts of the situation through these principles. Pick one and use it, and actually consciously using an ethical principle to make a difficult decision protects us against our implicit biases, which we all have. We leap to conclusions all the time, all of us. We just know, it's in our gut, this is clearly right, this is clearly wrong, and especially in public service, where there are those unique values of public servants, those gut instincts can betray us, especially in public service. So we need to be more thoughtful, more intentional, and really back up and say, this is a tough one. Let me be sure I have the facts. Let me be clear about the relevant values are, and then let me apply a rule. And I've given you 3. There are lots of others to work with. But I think if you're using any of these and you make a case, people will recognize that this is ethical. At least it's an ethical process. They may disagree with you, but they can respect the decision. Okay, so now we've laid the foundation. We've talked about ethics. We're going to talk about organizational attributes. So before I do that, questions? Anything about, other than the ad, which I don't know anything about, Air Media, questions? Are we still all here? We okay? Sorry? No, it came up as a value, repeatedly, actually, right? So, so yes, I think that is, I think listening is in particular a value that public servants, again, regardless of the nature of the public service, it's really important for us because I can't know how to serve a public I haven't heard. So yes, I would agree, listening is very important. And actually, in the organizational attributes, in a particular way, it's going to come back. So I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But I wasn't focusing so much on what the values were as simply letting you put them in front of you and reflect on that. Okay? Other questions? Comments? Okay. So let's talk about organizational attributes. I'm going to do a little polling with you. And again, this is where I want to really reinforce, this is anonymous, so I don't know who you are. Mr. Evans doesn't know who you are. We're getting your feedback on some things that help us think about organizational culture and ethics. So that first poll question, my city takes being an ethical organization very seriously. Strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So show up on your phone and cast your vote. I've asked this question in a variety of settings with a variety of municipalities and groups of municipalities. And there's actually a certain design to what I'm doing here. Pretty universally, in any audience I've worked with, I will have the solid majority say strongly agree or agree. Solid majority. And I'll have somewhere between 10 and 20% disagreeing, and occasionally that'll include a few strongly disagrees. But this is sort of the normal distribution that we see when people are asked this general question, that most people feel like their city has a commitment to ethics, and a few say no, but most say yes. Let me ask a specific question. My city gives considerable weight to the ethics of the individual in making hiring and promotion decisions. I want you to think about this not in the abstract, but think about how hiring decisions are made, how promotion decisions are made, and is there a conscious, explicit factoring in of the ethical character and conduct of the person being considered for hiring or promotion? Of course, we're dealing with perceptions, and that's, so it's each of our perception, which is fine. But this is what also typically happens. That when we ask this specific question about a hiring process or a process deciding who to be promoted, and which is, by the way, to disagree with that is not necessarily to feel like we've hired the wrong people or promoted the wrong people. It's just, are we thinking really explicitly about ethics when we decide who to hire? And frankly, the answer is quite often no. And we're thinking, which is not that we're hiring unethical people or seeking to, it's just it didn't rise to that level of intentionality that maybe is important. And that's the point I want to make as the first point. If we want an organization with a culture of ethics, we have to take ethics seriously on the front end. And that even comes before we hire the next person or decide who to promote next. Okay, so I'm assuming that the city of Madeira Beach has a mission statement. Yes? Okay, somebody recite the mission statement for me. That's not fair. I'm not. Okay. It's got gateway. Okay, good, right. All right. Do you also have like core values? Some cities do. Okay, so what are the core values?
Public trust, fiscal responsibility, professionalism,
Honesty, integrity, both? Because those are distinct. That's okay. Okay. Transparency. Okay, you obviously I'm making a little joke, and the advantage you have is you just went through this. So I want you to think for a moment, how many of the people, this is not a criticism, okay? I'm just asking you to think, how many of the employees of the city of Madeira Beach, in 6 months' time, if I asked that question, would be able to spout out all 7 without a moment's hesitation? 65? Is that the total number? Is that the percent? 65 out of 65? Because that's going to be your priority. Okay. I want you to think about other organizations you've been affiliated with, and we go around, we make vision statements, and we have core values, and the Florida League of Cities has 12 cultural commitments. Nobody knows them. I love the Florida League of Cities, and these 12 commitments, they're great. But I can't recite all 12, and I do training on them. I don't think Lynn can either. Well, you're good. We have little plaques. We all have little plaques with the 12 commitments. They're supposed to be on our desk in our office someplace. So at least we're reminded of them. But walking around, it's not in my head. Now, the Florida League of Cities has 4 core values. Home rule, integrity, public service, excellence, HYPE. An unfortunate acronym, but nonetheless, that's our acronym. We know those. Having values and commitments that people don't know doesn't do you any good. You've just started. So 65 out of 65, 100%, that's a great goal. And it means we have to work on it, right? We have to remind people of them. We have to reinforce it when we hire. Not just, oh, they got their degree from the University of South Florida in the appropriate field, and they've got 5 years in practice, but what kind of person is this? And I don't mean, oh, they're a great person at a party, or they're polite to everybody. I mean, do we ask questions in the interview process that invite them, the applicant, to demonstrate how they deal with ethical challenges? And do we listen to what they say because we actually want to see their gears working? Because it actually makes a big difference when you ask someone to make a tough call, say, here's a hypothetical situation, and boom. Just, I want you to reason out loud with me how you would deal with that. And there clearly is some ethical complications in it. Listen to them. And if they do some things that trouble you, that doesn't mean you shouldn't hire them. It's just you want to know that they can think ethically, that that's important to them, that they examine those things. And if not, you nudge them and see whether they get it, go there. It should be part of what we're doing in hiring. How do we think we can have an ethical organization if we're not making a point of hiring ethical people? Now, which again doesn't mean we're hiring unethical people. It's just we haven't prioritized and said to ourselves and to all applicants, ethics is important. Every person in our workforce must be a person of integrity, of whatever it is, and actually look for it. And then in orientation or onboarding, this is where the bathrooms are, this is where the coffee is, this is what your job responsibilities are, this is who you report to, these are the hours, this is all that stuff is really important. Are we onboarding about the core values? Sounds like you will. Are we onboarding about the mission? And are we helping our new employees understand this is job one? These like public service, this is job one. This is what we're doing. Because remember, what we have to value as public servants is different than what people have to value in the private world. That person could have been wonderful in business. They join the team here in the city, they probably have to learn to make some adaptations to public service. And we need to start that with the orientation process. Okay? So if your commitment is to a culture of ethics, it begins on the front end with all these things, explicitly. All right. City employees in my city can ask questions about ethical and unethical conduct without suffering consequences. And again, just remind you, this is anonymous and this is not a gotcha game. I'm interested in your thoughts about that. And that should have shown up on your phones. You can cast your votes. I think naturally with this question, and I usually get this pushback privately afterward, well, it depends. It depends. Well, I said, what do you mean it depends? As well, in this department, yes, in that department, no. Okay, got that. That happens sometimes. Or they say, well, it depends on what the nature of the unethical conduct was. I said, okay, well, that might also be appropriate. This is a hard question to answer in the abstract. But it sets up an important point about cultivating a culture of ethics. There has to be a safe space, organizationally, for people to talk about ethical challenges. Let me frame this for you. I have 30 years in higher education, many, many years working with freshmen, 4 years running the University of Tampa's freshman program. 18-year-olds are not adults. By law they are, but they're not. Dormitories are not the ideal environment for fostering mature behavior. They're not. One of the things that happens at university campuses all over the country, and we're struggling with it, it just ebbs and flows in different ways. We have periods of time when it's all about illegal drugs. We have a period of time when it's all about alcohol, which, of course, for most of our college students is an illegal drug because they're not 21, but okay, different kinds of drugs. And it just ebbs and flows with cultural interests in what form of intoxicant people like. Universities went through a period of time around the country where they decided the way to deal with this was to eradicate it with a zero-tolerance policy. So if they found whatever, alcohol, a bong, cocaine, whatever it might be in a dorm room, you're gone. That's it, done. One strike, you're out. Zero tolerance. A consequence of which was a group of college students would be having a party, and the party would have substances that they're not supposed to have, and somebody would have too much of that substance, whatever the substance was, they would pass out, they would go into cardiac arrest, they would whatever, and everybody would go, we can't call security because we'll all get kicked out. So they would take the kid and shuttle him or her off to their dorm room and stick them in their bed and say, they'll sleep it off and they'll be okay, and they died. Now, none of these kids did it with the intention of killing the kid. But they knew the consequence of acknowledging, calling security to their room where the party was taking place meant their college careers were over. And they didn't have the courage to take that. And you know what? I understand that. So universities have learned that a zero-tolerance policy is death, literally. And we don't do that anymore. At least most of us don't. The life of the student is more important than being able to say we have a zero-tolerance policy on drugs. We have a zero-tolerance policy for unethical conduct. We can find unethical conduct, they're gone. That guarantees that unethical conduct goes underground. Deeper and deeper underground. And someone who becomes aware of unethical conduct will be afraid to report it because, you know what? All of us live in glass houses. Small errors, maybe. And of course, the person who sees that they got caught says, you report this, I'm reporting that, which might have been nothing or something, but you're afraid because your career is on the line. Number two, there's a safe space to discuss ethical challenges. So we're doing training in service with real-world hypotheticals, maybe not from our own city, maybe from our own city, so that people wrestle with them. And it's okay for them to talk about it and to come up with answers that are not the answer you're looking for and actually an answer that's a concern, so that you need to teach. And it's okay. They need to learn. Don't dismiss the person who expresses concerns about the ethics of the situation. Who says, this is making me uncomfortable. Oh, tell me why. And they may not be able to articulate it clearly, may not know what, but their spidey sense is tingling, and okay, let's walk through that. And failures are treated as opportunities, not for punishment, but for growth. Now, I'm going to come back to that at the end. That's my fourth principle, but just keep that in your mind, that a failure does not necessarily mean a firing or even a disciplinary note. The key thing is, does the person who failed come forward and say, I think I messed up? Or when presented with a concern and a little conversation goes, yep, you're right, that was a mistake. And then making important decisions, is there an ethical check? You know, in the business community, especially, and I'm going to give an example in just a moment that you all know well, we often prioritize certain values, profit and profit growth. So that can be cost saving, that can be revenue generating, but it's all about profit. Do you know a company named Wells Fargo? And it's all about profit. And so they pushed their sales force to generate new accounts at a rate that was impossible to do if you played by the rules. And so some people figured out that they could cheat, creating false accounts, and they could hit those numbers, which then proved that all the other people were slackers. And so the pressure kept rising to do these absolutely impossible production standards. And they were legally impossible. And CEO, corporate execs were getting promotions and, bonuses because their department was cheating more than the others. I mean, who knew what at what point? I don't know, but we know it's been a major multi-million-dollar scandal. What went wrong there? No one ever asked the question, is it ethical for us to push these people this hard to produce this many new accounts? Which, that's a good question to ask, isn't it? Is it ethical for us to expect people to produce whatever at this rate? Is it ethical for us to do this deal? It might be very profitable, or it might be very economical, or it might make a lot of people happy, but is it ethical? And if that question is not included, especially in important decisions, then we're not taking ethics very seriously. It's like, oh, it works. Goes back to my students when I was first teaching ethics in advertising and public relations. Yes, there's supposed to be ethics in those industries. And I would give them professional examples and say, come up with an ethical response. And they kept coming up with responses that advanced their careers, which, oh, that's nice. But I would ask them, what makes that ethical? And they'd say, well, it's going to work for me. That's not ethics. Because remember, ethics isn't always what's best for us. Right? Don't have a slide on a question on this one. Evaluation, compensation, promotion, we were talking about this. There should be something about ethics. Now, this is actually hard to do in any kind of metric. There are a lot of things we can measure quantitatively that we can use for evaluation, and that's nice. In public service, I think it's harder to do some of the most important things we care about quantitatively, but we keep trying. But there needs to be a measure in the process that invites us to reflect, especially on someone who's being considered for additional responsibility, especially promotion. Say, is this person an ethical leader? Do they exhibit the kind of ethical conduct, kind of commitment that we're looking for? Because everybody's watching to see who gets promoted. And if the person gets promoted because they generated the most new accounts, in the Wells Fargo example, that sends a message to everybody. And if they get promoted because they took on a tough ethical dilemma and solved it at a cost, personally, professionally, it was tough, they did the right thing, and that person gets promoted? Ah, okay. That's what this organization values. Not easy to do, but it can be included in the same way you do it in interviewing. Give to these people you're considering for promotion hypotheticals relevant to what you're going to promote them to, and listen to how they reason their way through the problem. While ethical conduct is important, small breaches of ethics aren't really something to worry about. Strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. It's your poll question, it's on your phone. So that one made you uncomfortable. I said, I don't think so. And a lot of saying strongly disagree. And that's, I think that's a good response. Let me talk a little bit about this. And I want you, as I'm talking about this, to be remembering the concern about zero tolerance. You know, you can go too far with this, right? And you can actually make the ability to discover unethical behavior much more difficult as it goes deeper underground. So I would suggest, and notice it's an and, not a but, you set the bar high and you are fair. You set the bar high and you are fair. We had part of what you do during freshman orientation on college campuses is you have these speakers come in to talk about success, and you have a speaker who comes in who talks about relationship violence. It's what we do. It's sad that we need to, but we do. And it's not just about teenagers, of course. Sadly, we all know that. We had this guy come in one year. It's very good, nationally recognized. He's entertaining. He was challenging. He was really wonderful. And he'd been doing it for a dozen years or so, talking about, originally when he started talking, it was all about date rape. And now we had refined the language to relationship violence. And he started his presentation like this. He said, you know, every so often, every few years, I've been on the road for 3 years doing this, and I think, okay, let me just really step back from everything I'm doing and look at everything I'm doing and say, is this really the message I want to deliver? Am I really doing this right? He said, I looked at, this recently did this, he said, I looked at a decade of my doing these presentations at universities and college campuses all over the country and looked at the message that I was delivering to my audiences of mostly first-year students like all of you. And I realized that my entire presentation of 90 minutes could be boiled down to a single sentence. And he said, gentlemen, don't rape anybody. Laughter and then discomfort. He just let it sit there. He said, I think that's a really low bar. So let's talk about raising the bar of ethical relationships. And he took it there. If we want a culture of ethics, the standard response, when somebody say, okay, summarize for me the training you received today on ethics. If they come away and say, know the state ethics laws, we failed. That's a really low bar, because that's basically saying don't break the law. No, don't break the law, please. That's a really good point. Don't break the law, but that's it? Being ethical means don't break the law? So if the law allows a behavior that by any reasonable standard you look and say, that's pretty slimy, but it's okay because it doesn't break the law? Really? That's our standard? We need to set the bar high. If we are serious about, we are going to be a city that values ethics in the way we do public service, which frankly is the only way we can do public service well. It's important to us. We have to set that bar high. And we have to be fair. So I don't have the poll question. I won't ask you to raise your hand, but I want you to think for yourself, how many of you have ever violated the speed limit while driving? That's right. Okay. I mean, seriously. I mean, you can go faster than the speed limit to pass legitimately in certain situations, but seriously, I mean, I hate to admit that on my way over today, I was going a little bit too fast. This actually hit me a few years ago, and I thought to myself, in part, I've got teenage children. I have children in their 20s whose driving troubles me. And they ride in my car when I'm driving sometimes. And they're smart enough to read the speedometer. What am I modeling for them? And so I made it a mission on which I fail from time to time, like this morning, to drive the speed limit. I'm a great driver. I've had exactly one moving incident since I started driving at 16, and it was somebody else that hit me. I've gotten exactly one moving violation. It was for 16 miles an hour of the speed limit. But there's an explanation. But there's a rule. And okay, we all know, right? If you know anything about roads and speed limits, there are places where it says 55. You can do 65. It's still safe. But the law says 55. And we say to ourselves, yeah, but it's the law. It's a standard. But we don't hold ourselves to it. We don't. I don't. I struggle with this. It's a speed limit. It's not a recommendation. It's a rule. And there are good reasons to violate the rules. Rushing my wife to the hospital when she was about to deliver in the car. Okay, I get that. But we violate the speed limit just casually. The speed limit's a limit, not a recommendation. Not the, if you feel like it. And if we're going to be serious about ethics, then think about that. The ethical speed limit, so sort of the fundamental principles of ethics for public service, like to serve the public, to do so with honesty and integrity, to treat people fairly, to be transparent. Those are kind of like ethical laws. And it might be inconvenient at sometimes to follow them. And maybe no real harm would be done because we're really trustworthy. And so if we're a little less transparent here, it's okay. Except it's not a recommendation. It's a principle. It's a value that you put up there, right? So the point here is set that bar high. What is it that constitutes the kind of ethical culture you want, the kind of ethical conduct you want to exhibit as an organization so every citizen, business owner, visitor, reporter who encounters your city goes, man, these people are serious about serving the public. And then in dealing with infractions, recognize that there is a difference between doing 60 in a 55-mile-an-hour zone and doing 25 in a 15-mile-an-hour school zone. Every infraction is not equally serious, requiring identical treatment. We need to find the way to recognize the severity of it, hold people to a high bar, but also be fair. Otherwise, we create a zero-tolerance environment, and that doesn't make you ethical. That just means you don't know where your problems are. Is that resonating with you? Is that making sense? And I speak with some passion about that. It's because while no kid died on our campus, we came way too close, and I learned a lot from that. And that's not the only area where we've seen this phenomenon. So work on that. That's a challenge. All right, let me just talk a little bit about leader attributes, and then we'll have a little bit of time for whatever comments you might like to make before our break. Just so if you are in a leadership role, so elected officials, I speak to elected officials in particular, say, this is really important. I'll say for us, as a former elected official at the municipal level, what we do is critically important. I can't overstate, from having worked with city staff all over this state, how important the way we conduct ourselves in public office is for the culture of the organization we lead. And when we are, we've seen people do it, when we are abusive of staff, when we don't draw the distinction between a high bar and fairness, staff get the message. And it's not a good message. Leadership, ethical leadership, is important, especially for those of us who are elected, but it's important for city managers, for department heads. It's anyone in a leadership position. We have a special obligation. And you know this. Let me just test this out with you. How many of you have successfully raised a teenager to adulthood? Raise your hand. More or less successfully, okay? We'll go with that. How many of you are currently in that challenging, what's that expression? I've forgotten it. The one well, bless your heart, right? Okay, didn't get everybody. How many of you were teenagers once upon a time? Okay. Teenagers, like all human beings at all stages of life, they are unique individuals and they do make choices. And whatever we do as parents, they're still going to make choices, and we don't control that. And the older they get, the less of that we control. That's reality. Tough to accept, but it's true. Which is not to say that what we do doesn't matter. And I think about the parents I've worked with who are so upset that their son or daughter is having a problem with alcohol. And as I get to know the parents, I find out that there's a problem with alcohol in the household from which they came. Or the kids are not very honest. They lie about a bunch of stuff. And as I work with the parents, one of the parents is repeatedly lying. And I say, I wonder where that came from. Right? Parents are the leaders of households. Elected officials, the leaders of municipalities, together with the senior staff. And even if you're not a senior staff member by title, if you are a senior public servant by experience, you're a leader in this sense. You're going to be the one others look to figure out how to do this, because those of us who didn't do our whole careers in public service pretty quickly figure out that this is a little different than corporate America, but we're not sure how. And we look to the people who've been doing it for a while, whatever their position, to understand what it means. So let's talk about those leadership obligations. First and foremost, we got to get our arms around and love our organizational commitment to ethics. Take it very seriously. So this is, when we praise staff for doing good things, elected officials, when we praise staff for doing good things, praising them for their integrity is one of the important things. Not just their, you saved us $500,000, or you got us a better contract. That's great, that's wonderful. But also where the opportunities are there to praise integrity, because, what we praise is what we'll get. And if we're not making a point of saying how important that is to us, then maybe it's not important. Likewise, that's important when we talk to citizens, our customers, whoever we're dealing with. We need to make sure that people know ethics is important. Now, we don't beat the daylights out of this thing so everybody say, they're talking too much about it, but not talking at all about it, and only talking negatively about it, doesn't send the right message of commitment. As leaders, appropriate to our position, and this, there are charter issues here that affect what's appropriate to our position, but appropriate to our position to be a safe space. So give you an example again for those sitting on the commission, that I have worked with cities where the one thing no staff member ever wants to do is speak before the commission because of the way commission treats the staff. And given that, if something's gone wrong, and of course the commission needs to know, no one wants to be the one to have those private meetings with each member of the commission because they know what's going to happen at the next meeting. There's no such thing as a safe space. They know that that important information that the elected officials need is going to become a whip to be used to beat people up. And so they don't want to do it. We're going to face ethical challenges in public service. It's stunning how easily they pop up this afternoon when we start talking about ethics law, just ethics law. There are such crazy situations that can arise. You say, seriously, that's against the law? Yes, it is. Why? Well, we got to create a safe space. It applies to city managers and department heads and so on. A place where people can know and say, look, I'm hopefully they'll get used to the idea of coming, I'm feeling uncomfortable about the situation we're in. We haven't done anything yet. That's where you want to get. But there are going to be the times when I think we really messed up. And we got to create a space for them to come and say, I think we really messed up. This last one is particularly challenging, I think, in the public world because everything we do is public. Not only, rewarding the work that shows people are taking ethics seriously, those, excellence, but even rewarding recognition of failure with appropriate acknowledgement that it was a tough thing to do. To say, if a department recognizes that there's a flaw in their procurement process, whether it's an individual or something that got missed or a bad habit or whatever, it's like, oh my goodness, we've got a problem. And they bring it forward, and they bring it to the appropriate people, and it becomes news because you know it's going to become news. To have the courage to praise them for having identified a problem and addressed it, rather than burying it. That's how you get people to step up. It's like, okay, this is going to be tough, but it's the right thing to do, and I know that there are people I report to who know it's the right thing to do and who will respect that it was the right thing to do, and they will say, well, this should never have happened. I'm glad you've identified it and we're addressing it, and that makes me feel so good about where we're going as a city. We always have room to improve. As for ourselves, in our leadership roles, we face ethical dilemmas. Now, an ethical dilemma is not a tough decision where the right answer is obvious. There are those situations, again, from my colleagues who are elected, where you just know on this issue that's coming before the commission that there is a faction in the community that they have an opinion about this, and nothing is going to touch that opinion in any way, period. And they care enough about it to show up at the meeting, and they care enough about it to fuss at you about it. And you also know that in the particular situation you're facing right now, the right answer is the opposite of what they want. That's not an ethical dilemma, that's a character test. Do we have the courage to do the right thing even when it's unpopular? That's a character test. An ethical dilemma is when genuinely figuring out what the right thing is to do is really hard because their values in conflict, because the facts are complicated, whatever it is. And those arise for us in public service as elected officials, as professionals in the field, for advisory committee groups. This affects everybody. Have the courage to wrestle with it. Do some of it out loud in public, honestly. This is why I find this decision particularly difficult, because on the one hand, value ABC. On the other hand, value DEF. And it's really hard for me to know how to strike the right balance or what to emphasize in this situation. I've really struggled with this. And you can agree with me or disagree with me, like what I do, don't like what I do, that's fine. I just want to acknowledge that for me, this was a really tough decision because of this and this. And I have total respect for my colleagues. Knowing how I'm struggling, I'm guessing you're struggling too. Whatever we do with this, I respect you because this was tough. Wow. You're not going to hate me because I'm going to vote on the other side. This is tough. Notice I did say some of that publicly, especially for leaders in public office. There's some of the stuff we need to take to a place where we have a safe space and say, I can't air this out. It will not help the public for me to air this out right now. I don't mean hiding information. I mean our own mental processes. There's a degree of too much vulnerability for public servants. There is. You've got to be careful. So where do you find that safe space? Well, city managers have the Florida City Managers Association, FCCMA, and their colleagues you can talk to from other cities. Department heads have their own professional associations. Advisory folks, That's tough because you can't talk to each other about it. That's a violation of sunshine. We'll talk about that. Commission members, likewise. Commission members, we have the Florida League of Cities. We have our connections that we make through the league to others serving in the offices we serve in, and with no violation of sunshine to talk to a colleague from another city, assuming you don't serve on some board together somewhere else, to get their input and advice, and having the courage to put it out there and say, man, I'm really struggling with this. What do you think? Because we all need help along the way. Oh, and yeah, and learn from your failures. As you may have been able to tell in this almost 90 minutes I spent with you, I talk, often too much. And there were times on council where I felt strongly about something emotionally without having examined my emotions when I said some things I shouldn't have said. I particularly remember ripping up a particular representative of a particular organization over a particular political agenda that was actually not what we were talking about at all. I took AAA to task for their lack of support for public transit when we were talking about something that had nothing to do with that. But there was a AAA rep there, and I'm the council member, so I can get the floor and I can rip them up. And I did. And the next time he came back, I publicly apologized. Not because I'm a great guy, but because I was so embarrassed. But you know what? We should do that. Leaders acknowledge failure and apologize for it. You want to talk about public trust? They don't expect us to be perfect. They do expect us to be honest. And that includes, I messed this one up. So wrap up thoughts, and then we'll take whatever comments you have for a couple minutes. Making ethical decisions involves 3 key components. There's more stuff. If you're interested, I've got a larger decision rule developed from an ethicist that I think is really good, but this is good for most purposes. What are the relevant values? What are the essential facts? What principle am I going to apply to this decision? And just working the problem carefully with the principles involved. I got to tell you, you already know this probably, that being ethical in public service can be costly. It requires us to value things that are unique to our role, which we ourselves might not value personally, and that sometimes offends other people. And we have to be able to explain what we're doing. And our explanations don't necessarily make people happy either. But part of holding the trust, if you think of being a trustee, part of what you have to be able to do is to explain to the people for whom you are responsible for that trust why you're doing what you're doing in order for them to be confident that you're actually holding the public trust or the other trust, a minor's trust. So we have to explain, which means we need to be pretty clear about why we're doing what we're doing so we can explain it. And yeah, it will be costly in all of those ways. For my elected friends, how many of you have discovered that you have new friends now that you're elected, or once you got elected, all of a sudden there are these people who just think you're so great, they want to be your best friend because you're on the commission? Has that happened to you? This is a small city. It may not happen as much. No, we also have new enemies. Yeah, so that happens too. And it's funny because what unfolds here at some point is that we can be fooled. Maybe not as in a community as small as this where people tend to know each other already, but there are those people who come and they tell you what a great job you're doing and they take you to coffee and all that stuff, and as soon as you're not in office anymore, they'll never answer your phone because they're not your friends. But the truth is also that occasionally some of our friends stop being our friends. Price of public service can be very costly. We're going to talk about ways it can be economically costly when we start talking about ethics and all the ways it affects the way that people can engage in the private life economically. But the other side of this coin is being unethical is costly too. It really is. What I hope that each person in public service embraces is that we do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. If for no other reason. It's not about the reward. It's not about somebody telling us we're great. It's like, hopefully one of the things we value is doing the right thing, being ethical itself. And that's why we do it. But the good news is, in public service, when you see professional staff, You know, whether it's someone out there reading meters or someone leading a decision or someone doing planning or an attorney or a city manager, as well as the elected officials, when we see public servants doing what's right and being clear about why what they're doing is what they believe is the right thing, it may inspire them. Oops, sorry, didn't see that. It may inspire us to do the same thing. That is, to do the right thing. And I can't imagine a better form of public service than that. Okay, that's the presentation on culture of ethics. Where's our time? Yeah, so we're actually about 10 minutes for Q&A. Any questions, comments, observations? I'll happily listen to what you have to say and see if I have anything to say in return.
A lot of us have felt a lot of inconsistencies and not maybe feeling best about our government for the last, maybe since 2012, 15. So I think from a very good time.
Times of change. Yep. Yeah, I think one of the best times for us to do this is when we know we're having a change, whether it's for good reasons or bad reasons or just reasons. And we step back and say, why do we do what we do? And how do we do it better? I hope that's true. So I'm not getting pop questions, so I want to throw you a hypothetical to play with for a couple minutes. Not about the law. Remember, that's the next presentation, but about ethics. And just, so I'm going to throw you this hypothetical, and you can, because it's a hypothetical, it's not coming before the commission, right? So I think you can talk about this amongst yourselves and as staff as well. So however you want to do this. Here's the situation. And I think it's somewhat appropriate for Madeira Beach, to some extent at least, the nature of the community. So let's imagine, hypothetical, let's imagine that you are a member of the city's commission. So some of you are, some of you aren't, but let's imagine that's your role. You are a lifelong resident of Madeira Beach. You've been here forever, or essentially forever, your whole adult life. And you know people, of course, you know lots of people in the community, but one in particular. This is a friend this is a school time friend. I mean, someone that you first met elementary school, middle school, high school, whatever. I mean, but way back. And, you kept in touch. Maybe you went to the same college or university. You've lived in the same community for your whole adult life. Both of you living here. You're friends. You're the kind of friend where, they would come over to celebrate your kid's 3-year-old birthday and you would reciprocate and go over to celebrate their kid's 3-year-old birthday. They're the kind of friend that when you're having trouble with that 3-year-old who's now a 16-year-old, you've shared that with them and they know and they commiserate with you and they do likewise with their 16-year-old sharing their struggles. They know about graduations and weddings and all that stuff. Something else about that longtime friend, they're really wealthy. They have been incredibly successful as a business person. And the home of their business is here in Madeira Beach. They actually have an office operating here. They may be a small headquarters, but this is the elite part of their large organization, making lots and lots of money, very successful. And by virtue of being a business in Madeira Beach, from time to time, what the city's doing and what the business wants to do, the conflicts or needs to come before the city for something or whatever it might be, it's just the nature of the beast. It's what happens. Because you do business in a city, you have interactions with the city. Okay, that's all background. So one of your kids has just graduated from college. They've got their business administration degree, finance or marketing or whatever. And this really good friend of yours invites your son or daughter out for lunch to celebrate the graduation because they know, they're that tuned in. Your friend also knows 2 other things. That this is your baby. You don't really want them to go to Colorado or California. You'd kind of like them to stay close by. And your friend also knows this young man or woman well enough to know that he or she thinks pretty highly of you, kind of likes being around you, but what a gift that is. So they go to lunch. And just, the usual sorts of chatting. You can kind of picture this person being called aunt or uncle. I mean, that's the kind of family sort of connection, though it's not really family. And learning a little bit about what the young man or young woman wants to do with their life and all this stuff. And in the middle of the lunch, this old friend of yours says, you know what? I would love to have you come work for me. I will create a position for you in my executive suite, and you can learn the ropes of my business and grow from here. If you don't want to stay after a few years, that's fine, but I think you have a lot to offer, and you've always been kind of important to me anyway, so how'd you like to come to work for me? Well, so after the lunch, your son or daughter comes home to see you, just so excited. Guess what? Uncle so-and-so, Aunt so-and-so offered me a job. Unadvertised. Created for your son or daughter. Remember, this is not about the law. Is there an ethical problem here? And if so, how would you describe it? So we've got like 5 minutes. Just chat with 2 or 3 people and say, what do you think? Is there an ethical problem here? And then I'm going to ask for a couple minutes of just feedback from you. I'm not saying there's a right answer, but I want you to wrestle with it, okay? That's too easy. All right, you can carry on that conversation during break, but I'm just interested in a couple of comments back from you, either questions or thoughts about this situation, this joyful opportunity you've heard your son or daughter report to you. So what did you talk about? What are your thoughts about this? Anybody? Yeah. It's not unethical. So when you say it's not unethical, are you saying it's not illegal? But that's okay. So, okay, so right. So, and that's what I want to pick up on for a second. So just for it's great. It's a great observation. And, I would agree that in me personally, in many situations, and again, I'm not saying that having your son or daughter, your son or daughter take this job is unethical, but here's an interesting issue, right? Because you said it's not unethical. Okay, we'll set that aside for a moment. It's not illegal, right? There's nothing here that crosses that threshold, but it's perception. Now, and again, I'm not disagreeing, but I want to make a point, is public perception of the fairness of the municipal government an ethical concern? So is perception an ethical issue? Yes, which doesn't mean that you say to your son or daughter, I'm sorry, you can't take the job. I'm not saying that. I am saying, yeah, in public service, perception is an ethical issue. It's not just I don't want to be having people say that about me, or I want to win re-election, or I just don't want to have to deal with it in the shopping center. It's public trust. And that's a value that public servants need to take very seriously. So, yeah, you immediately go, there's nothing wrong here, and what would the public perception potentially be? What would people say?
The next time something comes in front of the city council, when this person, if the person's doing business in the city, and, I think the parent would have to almost recuse themselves from any decision-making that might have anything to do with their friend. But are they living up to what they're supposed to be doing as a governor, governing what they were elected to do, maybe their job, and not be perceived as their kid's job is in the balance.
Right, you can see the blog post, can't you? Or the Facebook little live stream by somebody in the community who, whatever, and Councilman Payne's daughter works for, and I don't need to say any more, that's called libel per se, which is libel per quote, by implication. So, there's nothing going on that's corrupt, but simply by saying certain things and leaving other things out, people perceive, and that's, and how do you combat that? That's hard. Having them come, yep. Right, and no one. Notice also the complexity of this has nothing to do with what your friend's intentions are. Right, for the moment, we're talking about perception. Your friend is your friend, and it may just be that your friend cares that much about you and about your son or daughter, and thinks this would be great. And having talked to them and thinking about this, I could really use someone like this in my office. All this stuff could be true. And then when the next thing does come up before council, in no way might your friend ever play that card at all in any sense. There would be, this could all be, if you will, fully above board. And still the perception that it's not makes it challenging. So again, I tell you that because most of us value family. I'm blessed that all but one of my kids lives in Tampa Bay. So I get to be with my kids and my grandkids. I get that motivation and that desire and that offer. That would be so great. What we've recognized is, man, what a headline, what a blog post. And now what do you do? Because is it fair that your son or daughter would have to turn down this good first career job right out of college because you're an elected official in the city of Madeira Beach? And you struggle with all that stuff. And that's the point, that you struggle with it. That these are not some of the most important ethics questions are not easy ones. It's not just check the law. It's do the right thing. And the right thing right now is to get up and stretch, get something to drink, use the facilities. There's some more good snacks left over from breakfast and some good bread from Panera. And we'll start in at 2 o'clock.
2 hours of Chapter 112, which is the Florida Ethics Law, 1 hour of open meetings, and 1 hour of public records, those two together get nicknamed sunshine. And in Florida, we tend to lump all of it under one heading, but they're very separate things. And what we're going to do, Scott and I together, I'm going to take the first 45 minutes, he'll take the second 45 minutes, is walk through those elements quickly for those of you who serve on advisory boards, for those of you who are the elected officials, and for those of you who are staff. These are things that anybody working with local government should know. And you should also know that the state, the legislature, does a 1 hour ethics training with its legislators, but the law is slightly different for them in some aspects in terms of what they may and may not do with the nature of public meetings in particular, as well as their definitions for gifts and things like that are also different. So just know, the legislature's under a different law. As we start off on this, if you've got your phones handy and are still with Poll EV, I thought that was the first slide. Am I missing? Not at the start of this one? Okay, all right. I put the pages in the wrong order then. My fault, had the slide pages in the wrong order. What we're first talking about in this section is law, as opposed to Scott's class, which is the fundamental concepts of the values we place when we talk about ethics. Here we're actually talking about the law. When we're talking about this law, we're looking at these fundamentals in Florida specifically. And you'll notice that some of these phrases go a little beyond just Florida. Can anybody tell me where a public office is a public trust? Where does that come from? Where is that in writing in Florida? Constitution, very good. Article 2, it's the very first sentence of Article 2. A public office is a public trust, put into the Florida Constitution in the 1970s, post-Watergate. The most important thing, Reuben Askew had a group working on what they were going to do for Florida in light of Watergate. As a result, he thought that this sentence was probably the most important thing to put into this new article that was being crafted for the Florida Constitution: a public office is a public trust. The second one comes from a Supreme Court case all the way back in the 1930s in Florida. And it talks about it's a situation that can tempt dishonor. In Florida, we have written our laws such that you don't actually have to break the law. Sometimes appearing to break the law or starting to break the law is enough to actually break the law. And so for our situation, the way that the Supreme Court wrote the decision was you never want to be or create a situation in which you've tempted to dishonor. So again, sometimes you don't actually have to break the law. It's just the appearance of it is enough that the public will lose their trust in their public office holders. The third one, biblical, also in a number of other value-based types of documents, but no man can serve two masters, no person can serve two masters. Whichever way you say it, it's very true. And a lot of our ethics standards, or the precedent that's being used, is this scenario for a public office holder is that you're either going to hold the public office or do what you do for a living. You're not going to get to do both. Sometimes that's simply the situation, and you'll have to choose one or the other. You can't be both. So these core fundamentals, I'm going to come back to them a couple of times as we walk through this law this afternoon. Taking it a little further, this idea that we're going to avoid conflicts of interest. Whose interests are at stake? Is this the private or the public sector? And as a result, you have to have the regard of the public interest. You can't disregard the public's interest. Under these laws, under Chapter 112, and under the laws that Scott's going to talk about later, it's very important to know that it's the public's interest that's being weighed. The first area I want to jump into, gifts. When we think about a gift, we're not talking about what your mom got you for your birthday, okay, or your best friend. What we're talking about are gifts and whether or not, or the way that they're given, and how they're given, and how this impacts when you work in the public sector, whether you're an employee, an elected official, serving voluntarily on a board or a committee that's established by the local government. So if you've got your phones handy, which of these is not a gift? Can we see that in the back? I think the lighting's pretty good with the lights off, just making sure everybody can see it okay. So which of these is not a gift? I'm looking to see how many have chimed in. Okay, it looked like it was still a single digit from here, but in the interest of time, all of them are a gift. The real question behind it is, are they an allowable gift, a reportable gift, or not a gift that can be allowed and or reported? What we're talking about when we talk about Florida's rules and restrictions is there are categories. Many gifts must be reported. Some gifts cannot be accepted at all, okay? And in the case of having to know what it is, you're looking somewhat at its value. You also have to know whether or not the gift was given in a way to influence you. So let's take an actual look at the law. Oh, I'm sorry, back to back. I thought the other slide came in between it. I'm reading, yeah, left to right, okay. So when you're looking at it, what makes a gift illegal? Is it its value? Is it the intent? Is it whether it was consumable, as in we could eat it, right? Or whether or not it's convertible to cash? Bingo. So for many of you, this is really more of a refresher, and I know that, but the issue really is influence. Because let's face it, other than your mother or close friends, someone in your immediate family, your immediate circle, if you are in public office, who gives you gifts and why do they give you gifts? It's an attempt to influence many of the times, right? And if somebody just put cash right on front of a desk in front of you, you'd probably think there were strings attached to it anyway, right? It's being given to influence.
If I can jump in, it's important to understand in the legal context that influence doesn't have to be direct and immediate. The whole business of lobbying by paid lobbyists is about relationship building.
And so picking up, taking you to coffee and paying for your coffee. I was okay, a couple $3, or maybe it's $6 because you went to Starbucks. No big deal, right? But they're building a relationship. Getting you flowers on your birthday, it's no big deal. I mean, surely, a $20 bouquet is not going to change your mind on anything. And there's never an expressed want you to do this, no quid pro quo. They're just relationship building. They're seeking to cultivate in you positive feelings about them, trust in their opinion, so that when the time comes, it will never, for the good ones, it's never a quid pro quo. It's never, I'll give you this if you do that. It's, we have a relationship. So when I come to see you and I say, hey, we've got this issue coming up and just thought you might be interested to know, I have more influence than other people would because I have a relationship. And that's what that influence language is about. It's not, did you get this gift because there was a bribe? It was this gift intended to cultivate influence in you, changing the way you see things because of the gifts I give over time.
Thank you. It's an important distinction. It's often much more subtle than actually buying something, right? To take a look at the actual language here from chapter 112, the issue of gift, right? In terms of looking at the language, this is the officer itself, the employee of the entity. The local government attorney is also spelled out because many times, remember, municipal attorneys are not employees. They're with a firm that is hired either via a contract or some type of a retainer. A candidate for nomination as well, this applies to, right? You can't solicit or accept anything of value to the recipient. Look at all the ways that it's spelled out. Gift, loan, reward, promise of future employment, favor, service, knowing that there's influence in the bottom line. This is very broad, written to be broad, but if you take a moment and let it sink in, it's a lot of the things that someone in the public sector who is making local decisions or recommending local decisions, think for a minute about your boards and your committees. What do they mostly do? They recommend, right? They review proposals or they review ideas and they recommend. They might say, we weighed 20 options on behalf of the city commission and now we're ready to recommend the top 3. That's part of the decision-making process, right? Because it starts with the idea and it goes all the way through, and every step of that way, the law is very clear that it's covered. So the issue of influence of any kind of gift, and it doesn't have to be something tangible either, the promise of something in the future, a favor. Those aren't things you can touch, but they're actions and they matter. They matter very much. So knowing that this is the definition for either soliciting it, like I went out and asked for it, right? The other is I didn't ask at all, it simply showed up or I was offered it. It's both, it's the covers both sides, both the solicitation of it and the acceptance of it. It's both. Jonathan.
When Dr. Payne was speaking about the situation about the child of the business owner in the community, that is the first thing that popped in my mind, is that the perception can be that, of course, this person was given an opportunity because of their particular elected official parent serving on that board. So it can be seeing that it's a favor, or even something that if there is a above board relationship, that after that particular person is out of office, the perception will be, well, there was some type of an arrangement, that's why they were given that job, etc.
Right. And in examining it, you have to go to the rest of the statement in the law. It's the issue of its action, a vote, official action, or judgment. Just gaining goodwill, like Scott talked about, building a relationship. A vendor does something for you, a company in town does something for you, and you can't draw a direct line between it and a vote you're taking, or it and an action of the council. Doesn't mean that over time they're not hoping that it will become that. So, you think you know what you know today, but tomorrow that situation can change, which is why everybody has to be so very careful. Some of these jump right out and they're obvious. Some of them are much more subtle. Yes? There are where it comes to lobbyists and the way that you have to report certain gifts, and we're going to get to that. Yes, ma'am. What do you think of these would be illegal compensation? And some of these are taken with examples that are pretty recent in Florida here. Which would be illegal compensation? Yep. Looks like just about everybody has weighed in. We had an official who used the local government. It actually happened to be the school boards. She went on a $2,000 personal shopping spree for herself with the government credit card. She thought it was a perk of the office. Nonetheless, she no longer holds office. That money has been paid back, but the important thing is she no longer holds the office. However, that is not a perk. When they give you that card or a purchasing card on behalf of the government, you hope there's training that goes along with all of this. Obviously, this is something that she missed, but her explanation in the article, anyway, that I read, it made me very sad. Obviously, the tickets for Hamilton, I don't care how much we all want to see the play. I understand it's sold out for a year anyway, so chances of seeing it probably pretty slim. You'd be surprised how many people do try to fill their own personal cars up at public facilities. It's very sad, very sad. Just driving up to the pumps and thinking that gas is there for you, again, a perk of the job. They are not. They are not. When we talk about the gifts that you can receive, what some cities do is they follow Chapter 112 very specifically. And ma'am, to your question, it's the amount, right, that can be given. For example, if you go to dinner with a certain group, if they're doing business in front of your city currently, you might not be able to take that dinner, even though you could consume it in one setting, because the dollar value would be too high. In another case, it might be that it's a reportable amount. And not only do you have to refer to the specifics of Chapter 112, but what does your city also say in its own ordinances? Some cities have gone to tighter restrictions than state law. Think of state law as a threshold. No city, no county can go below that. However, you can go above it and further restrict it. And there are cities that have a zero tolerance gift law, which is nothing. And they mean nothing. So you're a vendor in town and you decide to bring chocolate chip cookies to the city hall at Christmas, right? If in those cities, it would be accepted and put in a break room, and no one individual can take those cookies home at the end of the day. The public would be welcome to have them, or they're simply frowned upon and told no gifts at all. Just no gifts at all. Some folks took this so strongly in their ordinances that when they held their charity 5K for the whole city, the elected officials couldn't take the bottle of water at the finish line. Now, did you mean to go quite that tough? Their attorney advised them they could not have the bottle of water, that it would constitute a gift. Nobody meant for it to go that far. So what my caution to you is, be careful what you write. Make sure you've really walked it through to the application side. There, like I said, there are cities and counties that have gone to a zero tolerance, but they've written in things like, everybody can have a slice of cake when the senior-most employee retires, right? You don't want to make it such that you can't enjoy your workplace. That was never the intent. However, they've gone stricter on those rules because this is an area that gets gray in some people's eyes. Oh, I thought that was a gift I could take. Oh, I had to report it? I didn't know I had to report it. Your attorney and clerk have all of the forms that are required by the state that must be filled out quarterly and annually, acknowledging gifts. Has your attorney walked you through, has their attorney walked them through what the city's own gift laws are? Not yet. That's a briefing that you want to get scheduled on and get reviewed on, because there may be things that you would need to then report, right? And there would be, you need to know what's prohibited and you need to know what's allowed. The issue is largely with lobbyists, okay? Not advocates. An advocate is someone who is passionate about an opinion, but they're not paid to do what they do, like a volunteer, right? Right, so let's say, and I'm going to call them Acme Lobbying, just so I have a name, okay? Acme Lobbying is restricted by state law as to what they can buy their officials, right? And the city is restricted in what it can accept from Acme, okay? Equally so. Many of that has to be reported, and there's a dollar threshold when it comes to lobbyists. You cannot go above it, nor can you ever solicit from a lobbyist. Yes, ma'am. Those aren't considered the lobbyists per se, but if you are under contract with the city, there are very specific things related to gift law and what you can and cannot accept. And what I'd want to do is walk through with your attorney to know exactly that amount. For example, like a meal is treated differently than tickets to a play, which would be treated differently than a t-shirt at a charity golf run or something like that. Each one of those would be handled differently, and you want to walk through that with your attorney to know which is allowable and which is not. For example, every city in Florida pretty much contracts with a waste hauler, a waste management company. If they don't own their own trucks and they're not physically picking the garbage up with their own city employees, then it's through a contractual company. Would you or would you not be allowed to accept something from that waste hauler? And there are limits on all of that, because that's actually a vendor of your government. And then prospective vendors are also have standing and specifications. Some cities, again, have written a very strict set that goes above the state threshold, but the state threshold's a very important place to begin with what constitutes a gift and why was the gift given. Was the gift given to influence a decision? Was the gift given to buy goodwill? Why was the gift given? That's what we want to make sure we go back to. Unauthorized compensation is kind of another, it sounds very similar to gifts, but the issue is really for the public officials, the local government employees, and now look at this, in addition to the attorney, we have added in the spouse or child of that list. Husbands, wives, and the immediate family. We're not talking extended family, but the immediate family are added in terms of compensation, payment, a thing of value given to influence the action because that entity person was expected to participate in their official capacity. Now, this is unauthorized compensation. It's often the promise of something coming in the future, right? The state got this specific because it was happening more and more. It's enough to say we're really going to work on ethics. They had to get this specific in a lot of the sections because Florida had a problem with this. Now, the issue really, oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir. He was graduating from college, so in his 20s. Well, the other issue, too, was that there was no belief at the time that there was any pending. Oh, you didn't say that. Okay. Nothing pending at that time. Could have come forth. This is minor. Right. But again, look at the perception. You don't know, and that was the reason that Scott was bringing it up. Look at the perception of it. Many times with the gift, if I walked up to any one of your elected officials right now and put $5 down on the table, have I changed their mind? Have I perceived to change their mind about an issue? Oftentimes it's the perception. And a lot of the attorneys in the workshops that I attend with them will often just say, what you have to keep in mind is who gave you the gift and why. And that's the bottom line. Who gave you the gift and why? This is one that trips up more folks than you think, and that's the misuse of a public position. When you are either the appointed or elected official of a local government, there are things you know. There are things that you have access to that the average person does not. As a result, the position can get misused. So take a look at this quiz. Poll question.
Notice the question here is which of these would
Not be a misuse. You're right. It's perfectly acceptable to use a city computer for city correspondence. The rest of those are a misuse of a public office. And it happens. And these are the headlines that we hate to see. Someone telling a police officer, don't you know who I am? You shouldn't give me a ticket, right? Aren't you going to forgive this one? Don't you know who I am? Happens all the time. Saying, gosh, an upgrade to a suite would sure be a nice thing to have. Hint, hint, hint. Right? And then the other is, unless you're buying those tickets from the concert promoter, that's probably misuse. At fair market price, not at a discount, correct. Correct. And it's so true, and these things happen. These things happen. Misuse of public office can involve not only a hefty penalty, it can also involve removal from office or being terminated from employment. Now, if you're a volunteer on a board and this occurs, what are they going to do? Strip you of that office? Yes, but there may also be a fine that goes along with it. It's considered criminal activity. They liken it to theft, and in a way, when you look at some of the examples, theft is clearly involved. Theft of something of value. Oftentimes, what we do with the misuse of a public office, though, is the information that we know, not something that's tangible. These examples tend to have something more tangible in them. When we're looking at misuse of public office, sometimes the issue is the position itself. It's the knowledge that you have, the data that you can get to. You cannot, if you're a public officer, employee, or an attorney for a local government, you can't corruptly use or even attempt to use. This is that attempt part. You don't actually have to break the full law. Sometimes all you have to do is attempt to break the full law. In your official position, it's any property or resource within your trust to secure this privilege, benefit, or exemption. They had to put exemption in there because it became a problem. Someone gave themselves an exemption from a law. Himself, herself, or others. Now look at others. Is that defined specifically? It means any other body. So you have privileged information, and you know it, and you share it with a few close friends. That's a misuse of public office. And that one happens, unfortunately, more often than we would like to see. Anything that you could get that would benefit another because of your position. And because it mentions not just the elected official, also the employees thereof, and the attorneys, it's a broad brush across those who serve in local government. A special privilege, a benefit, an exemption, not only for yourself, but for anyone else. You get something for a good friend of yours because you can. No, that's not what the laws were written for. Conflicts related to employment. What do you think about this one? All right, nobody's jumped in to answer it yet. Who's going to be brave and be the first one? Any of the above? None of the above. There we go. We're at 50-50. There we go. I love it. I love it. Well, actually, it is okay for the brother. Okay? The definition for this is you, yourself, your spouse, or your child. A brother is not a member of the immediate family. Now, what I'm going to ask you is, how does this look based on, if you're in a huge city and your brother's one of 50,000 people doing business, the perception might be different than in a small town, but either way, what's the perception? Oh, they leased that land from, or they leased that building from your brother. Even if it were legal, is it what you want to do, can be the backup question to this. Yes, ma'am.
I would make the argument that all of it being in a public forum, if, and it was contractually leased property with full disclosure, it may be the perfect building.
Right.
Would be fair market, and all of that was publicly negotiated.
Yes, ma'am.
Then it wouldn't matter that it was any of it.
It's still legal.
Okay.
And that's, remember, we're talking law, not ethics, we're talking ethics law. You, your spouse, or
Your child.
that's now an adult child, or I guess a minor child who's got trust with property. That's prohibited by law. Your brother's not, your sister's not, your grandparents aren't, your niece is not. The law is specific. And
Right.
So, if we're talking about the law. Whatever might be. That's okay.
Right, exactly. So if you are within the law, I'm also going to point out you still have the issue of perception. But what we were just saying is this actually is the law. The other ways, no.
And here's the other point of this. Every time you're dealing with relatives, depending on which part of the chapter we're dealing with, definition of relative changes. So the rule here is if there's a relative, any relative, second cousin, twice removed, involved, talk to your city attorney. Say, here's the situation. Here's the individual. Here's the connection. Is there a problem under ethics law? So you know what the law is, because that's the base of decision making. Because it varies with the specific clause how narrow or how broad the definition of family member is. And just caution you about 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay. The issue, too, with always wanting to check the relative status, is that Scott's right. It changes with each category. And what might have been a relative that was prohibited in the category before might not be the one for the category after the fact. Now, the reason that this one comes up, doing business, we're jumping to the next one. How can you do business with your own agency? A classic example, I own a tow truck company and I get elected to the city council. And I want to conduct some of the towing that's going on within my municipality. Is there a way for me to do business as one of the entities that the city and or the county can contract with, and I owe a towing company, right? Well, there are ways. You just have to make sure you're doing it the right way. So if you look at what's in blue, you cannot do, most directly or indirectly, purchase, rent, lease, or perform realty, goods and services from your entity and the business entity, because there is a material interest on behalf of the official, the employee of the government, their spouse or child, being an officer, partner, director, or proprietor with that business. The exception is where I'd be allowed to do it as a tow truck company, because I can do it on a rotational basis, and we'll talk a little bit about some of those exceptions. You are allowed to do business with your own agency. The issue is, when did I become elected or appointed? When did I begin this public involvement? Once I've answered those questions in terms of my contracts with the government, there's the issue of rotation. There's the issue of bid that is properly done, not a wink-wink kind of bid, but a true bid done exactly according to law, and rotational, like for a lawn service business or a towing company. There's also the issue of sole source. If you're a fairly small town and only one entity does this service, there's a maximum limit that can be spent in a year, but this is why we walk through these with the attorney, is to make sure each one has been properly examined. It is rare that you can do business with your own entity, but sometimes you can. And the important thing is to know what the differences are within those laws. The issue why we obviously don't want to do business with our own agency is the conflict, right, that would arise. You can recuse yourself from certain votes at certain times, but if you recuse yourself repeatedly as an elected official, the issue becomes you have to choose one master or the other. If you start to recuse yourself half the time or 2/3 of the time that you're attempting to vote, the Commission on Ethics usually weighs in and says you've got to choose one or the other. You can't do both. So again, there are narrow issues wherein you can do business with your own entity, but primarily this is prohibited by law. Primarily prohibited. So here's the next quiz question. I know that those look like tough choices, and in the interest of time, I don't want to run out of time. Who regulates the pulling of permits in a city? The city. So how can you be on the city council and approving permits as a part of the city government and pull your own, the biz for the permits for the construction work that you'd be doing? It doesn't matter here that you're the skilled carpenter, whether you own the company or you're just an employee of it. The issue is going to be it's a regulated business. In order to pull a permit, you have to go before the city. You are the city now that you're on the city council. It would be a conflict. And this has come up in a number of different places across the state of Florida. Very enterprising people who have great ideas. They think that there's a way to do both. You have to choose one or the other. So you have to choose one or the other. It's tough. No one said it was easy. The Supreme Court and the Commission on Ethics have both written extensive opinions indicating that it's tough, that this is very, very tough. But you usually have to pick one or the other. You can't be both. I think it would be really hard on anybody else that was a construction worker within the city if they knew that the member of the city council was out there doing that construction. Think about the perception as well. It would definitely come up. All right. So to do business and to know whether you can do it or not, there are two tests. Is it frequently recurring, this conflict? If it frequently recurs, then you have to pick one or the other. The other is it going to impact your ability to make this decision? A full, truthful, honest review and make the decision. What is called the faithful discharge of the public duty. If what you're doing gets in the way of that, you need to pick either the career and the work, or you need to pick the public service. It's often impossible to do both. And I can give at one of the breaks, or as Scott and I toggle out of the others, I can give you some specific examples of this. But in the interest of time, we'll move on. Nonetheless, this one is tough because many people choose their public office in addition to what they do for a living. And they never think it's going to be a conflict, and sometimes it is. It's also true of people who work for the city or who serve on boards and committees. It's a harsh choice, choosing between the two. All right, nepotism. Nepotism is usually a prohibition about hiring or promoting someone who is already hired by the local government that you now serve. Let's say you're fairly newly elected, but there's a nephew on the police department. If you're elected to the city council, depending upon your form of government, you might not supervise the police department, right? You won't be the one who votes for the nephew to maybe get a raise or be promoted, or maybe you are, depending on the form of government. So number one, you have to know your form of government, and you have to know what that relationship could mean for that person's employment. In the broadest sense, nepotism means don't hire your relatives, okay? And the laws are in place to do that. And here, there's a very big definition for who is considered family. But the issue is the employment, the promotion, or the advancement of someone within that local government. And the test that we often have to provide for is, are you in fact going to be that person's supervisor? Are you supervising the supervisor of that person? Or are you voting, for example, across the board raises for an employee? Might be one of 35 employees that are going to get a raise that year. Did you actually vote individually on behalf of the relative? So what you have to look for is the definition. Oops, we didn't have that slide in there. You need to check Chapter 112 for the definition, but this one actually includes a broader family than the other definitions. You should go through this with your city attorney. Yes? They do. Most now actually speak to spouse or significant other in the sense of someone, like in a common law situation where it's met the extended sense of time. Some cities have actually amended their ordinances to include domestic partners. It's the public official if they're the collegial body of which the relative of the individual is a member. Yes, it does. It applies to the public official in the broadest sense, appointed and elected. Yes. Mm-hmm. This has often come up of a situation, again, where it occurred before the person was elected. You know, my nephew already served on the police department, now I'm on the city council. But after the person becomes a public official, it's usually a bigger issue about getting favoritism for jobs. Disclosure in the use of information. Take a look at this one. And then we're going to have 2 minutes for voting conflicts. The proper answer, good, it's D. What you know or are privy to knowing, whether you're an elected or appointed capacity, can be misused. To me, this one goes hand in hand with misuse of public office. Disclosing things before the general public knows it is tough. That corner that's going to have a Walgreens on it, if you knew it 8 months before anybody else did, you sure could make sure that, you know, the fact that its value was good, you could have bought something right next door or told a friend who could have done the same. Now, in this digital day and age where people have more access to public records and public information than ever before, you'd still be amazed how often this one gets misused, though. Because property can both be valued higher or valued less. And people tip other people off to that information, and that is a misuse of office and a disclosure of information not known to the general public. It's a no-no. Doesn't matter whether you're elected official or the appointed official. You can't disclose that information. When we're talking about a voting conflict, we're talking about the members of boards and committees as well as the elected body. We're obviously not talking about employees. There are two tests, because what you want to prohibit is the misuse of that position to either someone's gain or loss. Loss often can be a tax write-off, right? So you're not trying to improve their situation by tax or actually getting the money earned. So we use two tests to know how this is going to happen. Here's who this includes for this relative list. You notice it now includes in-laws in this definition, strangely enough. All right, so you own a home, and it's 2 parcels with 1,000 parcels. Is there a conflict of interest? There are 2 tests. One is size of class. The other is called remote and speculative. This is 1 home and 1 adjacent vacant lot, which is 2 parcels in 1,000 parcels. The size of class test is 1 in 100. So you can vote. The answer is you can vote. And in Florida, by the way, unless you can recuse yourself, you must vote. That's another stipulation. That's another requirement. Had this been more than, say, 10 parcels, no vote. You'd have had to recuse yourself. It's 1/100th or 1 in 100 is the size of class test. You own 100, you have 100 slips in your marina, you rent 1 of them, you're okay. You rent 2 of them, you can't vote on the rates for the marina because you have more than the 1% rule. It's a tough rule. It can feel like it's an arbitrary number. However, Florida argued long and hard to get to this size of class test, and they've upheld it at all levels with all local governments. The other test, remote and speculative, I own something that's 15 blocks away from a piece of property that's being rezoned. Is that remote and speculative that I will or will not benefit from it? No one can tell. It's too far away. I might disclose that I own that property and that it is 15 blocks away and that I checked with the attorney and the attorney determined that I did not have a conflict because it was too remote to know, right? Normally when a property is rezoned, we look immediately around it. We don't look that far away. But because the issue comes up, you always want to check with the attorney. Always, always, always. And that would include if you were on a board. Yes, ma'am.
Would you ever then totally recuse yourself from the very, not recuse yourself, but from the very beginning of the conversation? Do you ever participate in any of the discussions on that conversation? Or do you wait until the...
Boy, you asked a good one. What the Attorney General and the Commission on Ethics have said is you only have to recuse yourself from the vote. However, some cities have advised that they believe you should recuse yourself from the beginning, remove yourself from the dais, sit in the audience because body language is participating. And if you sat there the whole time communicating non-verbally, you might have in fact communicated your thoughts, but it is not considered part of the law. This is simply an opinion by the Commission on Ethics and the Attorney General that all you had to do was recuse yourself from the vote if you had the conflict. You don't have to remove yourself from the debate. Some cities have made it a policy of their own, though, that you will step down from the dais, sit in the audience for the duration of that discussion, and then come back up and join. That's when you're serving on the actual commission or council. If you were on a committee, you could imagine doing it the same way, remove yourself from the debate and sit elsewhere. But again, that's up to a discussion with that attorney, all right? So, yes. Right? Right. Exactly. Which we've agreed. And it is a tough call, and I think more and more attorneys are taking it on in that very same conversation because they've realized that. So I'm going to hand it over to Scott to do the other part of it. My closing comment to you on Chapter 112. be aware that there are categories and limitations and restrictions in the hopes that you, your city, as employees, as members of the council, boards and committees, have the best ability in which to make your decisions as ethically as possible. That's really where this is coming from, but it's worthy of a deep review with your attorney because the categories differ so greatly. So thanks, Scott.
Don't forget your water.
Oh, you get the clicker.
You get the water.
I get the water.
A couple of quick things about voting conflict, about the process, just to be sure that this is for the elected officials. Recognize this can also apply to advisory board members when you're giving advice, so be careful. First thing you do, as with anything, if you have a question about ethics law, discuss it with your city attorney before you take any action that might run afoul of the law. The last thing you want to do is go to your attorney and say, I think I broke the law. So talk to them beforehand. If the attorney determines that there is no conflict, then have them put that in writing because they're your attorney. They're supposed to be giving you reliable legal advice. And it's their job to give you reliable legal advice. So they should be willing to put that in writing, put their signature on it. And if not, I would suggest there's an issue that needs to be discussed. Okay? That's just my experience and what I think most of our good city attorneys around the state would agree to. And then at the public meeting where this issue comes up, where people think you have a conflict, you introduce it and say, oh, there are people, this has been talked about, here's a situation. You turn to the attorney and ask them to read into the record what the attorney's finding was or summarize it or whatever, and then put that letter, that memo from the attorney in the public record. You've addressed the issue of a conflict. You don't have one under the law. And you can say, I feel like I have a conflict, but the law says I don't. If you have a conflict, you must disclose. So at the start of that discussion, you say, right at the beginning, get the attention of the chair or whatever, say, I have a conflict of interest. I met with the city attorney. We've determined that under state law, I have a conflict of interest on this issue. You must refrain from voting. As we said, legally, you can hang around and you can even participate in debate by law. You have to file the appropriate disclosure form. Yes, there is paperwork which is required. And you file it in advance if the conflict was known in advance. Occasionally what will happen is at a meeting, you'll suddenly become aware of a potential conflict because you didn't know that whoever it was involved in this deal or what have you. And then you might ask, you might need to speak to the city attorney very quickly on the side and then go forward taking the appropriate action. So you must file, if you can, if you know in advance before, otherwise within 15 days of the meeting where this issue came up. That's the law. Here's the other thing that Lynn was referring to. Under Florida law, there is no abstention in the voting process. So if you don't have a conflict of interest under the law, no matter what it looks like, no matter what it smells like, you are obligated, if you are that commissioner, to vote. Not to vote present, not to abstain, to vote yes or to vote no. Obligation by law. You must vote. And that stinks. That can make life very difficult. But the point is, because it's a difficult situation, that doesn't absolve you of your responsibility to take action. You have to vote unless you have a legally verified conflict of interest. It's tough. Okay, we're moving on to public meetings law. So I'm going to spend about 20 minutes on public meetings law and about 20 minutes on public records law. And again, this is the whirlwind tour of Florida's complex statutes on these issues. So we're talking about meetings. Basics. What is it that the state law is intending? That the public would have access to all of our relevant meetings at all times, because we're doing the public's business. Look at this from a court case in 1969 that really lays the foundation for how we think about this. Every thought, this is a quote, every thought as well as every affirmative act of a public official as it relates to and is within the scope of his or her official duties is a matter of public concern. And it is the entire decision-making process that the legislature intended to effect by the enactment of the statute regarding public meetings. This act is a declaration of public policy, the frustration of which constitutes irreparable injury to the public trust. So the expectation here is public meetings law is designed to achieve a larger purpose, which is that the public will have access to all elements of the decision-making process. All elements. Everything. thought. 4 basics to public meetings compliance: notice, location, minutes, public participation. We're going to talk about all 4. So, who's covered? What is a meeting that we have to notice? Any board or commission of any state agency or authority, okay, that's state, or of any agency or authority of any county, municipal, corporation, or political subdivision. This is what wraps up, for example, CRAs. This is what wraps up, for example, advisory groups, if they're formally constituted to give advice and recommendations to your council or commission. Any gathering of the members of a public body within the state where the members deal with some matter on which foreseeable action, so even a workshop on an idea, public meeting. Public has a right to have access to that. What's a meeting? Meetings are gatherings of two or more on an advisory committee, on your commission, on your CRA if you have that, to whom the public entity has delegated the conduct of public business are subject to meetings laws. So 2 or more people, so 2 members of commission talking together, if you're talking about something that could conceivably come before your board, doesn't have to be on the agenda yet, that's a meeting. That's a meeting. Advisory group, same deal. That's a meeting. How bad can this be? I know of a city that formed a youth council for minors, right? High school kids to participate. And they made it an advisory council to the mayor and it's mayor and council, so to the body. They were formally designated as an advisory council. And the city attorney then immediately sat down with them and said that you can't text to each other about anything related to this. You can't talk to each other except in a duly noticed public meeting. 2 of you can't sit in the high school cafeteria and talk about what you want to do as a youth council. That's the law. He was right. They had to reconstitute the group as youth council, not youth advisory council, without the formal advisory authority. So that's how serious it is. If you use others to communicate for you, any of you Harry Potter fans? I am not your owl, right? So you can't say, hey, Dr. Payne, would you be willing to talk to my colleague so-and-so about this? You could tell her that I think, and then she's, oh, okay, well, tell her that I think, and this is where Hermione says, I am not your owl. It would actually be a violation of the law to be your owl. Now, it is okay for someone to come and say to you, it's okay for someone to do it on their own. I met with council member so-and-so, and she said this. That's on their own initiative. And you might want to say to them, really, I don't want to hear about that. I need to make up my mind independently and then hear from my colleagues at a public meeting where everybody gets to hear this, so please don't share that with me. No law has been violated at that point. But when we start using someone, say, would you deliver this message for me? Then we violated the law. Email, email communications, written reports, text messages, snaps on Snapchat, Facebook posts. Yes, Facebook posts. Our advice to you is do not be friends with other members on the board you serve on. I mean on Facebook. You should be friendly, but don't be friends. Don't follow each other on Twitter. Don't visit each other's Pinterest pages if you do anything related to the business of your board. Because here's what happens. You go to a citizen activist, and they're posting something about something that's going to come before your advisory board or your city commission, and you comment. And then 15 comments later, one of your colleagues comments, you just had a meeting. Don't engage in social media with each other. Don't follow each other because that's a meeting. Because why? The entire decision process is supposed to be accessible. So comments you're making that are picked up by each other on social media, that's a part of the decision process. Okay, so we are the toughest state other than either Missouri or Arkansas that has the same 2-person rule. Most others say it's, 3, 4, majority, something. But here, any 2 of us. And let me I'm being a little silly, but not really. When I served on council, I was in my early 30s. There was another young man also elected to council in his early 30s. We both had young children. There's lots for us to just talk about just socially, and you try to be nice. And so, we'd be chatting at the end of the meeting about what our kids are doing with Little League. And we go from talking about, how the teams are doing, and it wasn't great. But the field in this park is in really bad shape. You're right, we need to do We just started talking about business that could, in fact, come before the city. Okay, so we won't talk about youth athletics. We'll talk about the weather. Man, did you see that rain yesterday? I know. And my neighborhood street flooded so badly. Really, I heard from 7 other neighborhoods. Oops. Now we're talking about stormwater. But yeah, that's how ugly this is and how really important it is for us not to betray that obligation. Notice in minutes. Here's a question. What do Florida statutes say is appropriate public notice for a meeting? It's a public meeting. It needs to be noticed. What's appropriate notice? 24 hours? 48 hours? 72 hours? 1 week? I'm not talking about emergencies. I'm talking just generally. What's the standard? Or Florida statutes don't specify the amount of time. I know I didn't put up the option, I have no idea. Correct answer is Florida statutes don't specify. We have cases that have come up. We've had practices that have come up. So 72 hours notice is generally accepted as reasonable, but statutes don't say anything about this. So the key is the purpose is appropriate notice. And what's the notice for? So that citizens can make arrangements to participate in the meeting. And so I don't know what the shortest possible time is that might pass legal muster, and emergencies are different, but the idea is the notice should be sufficient so that your citizens can make a choice to attend and make appropriate arrangements to be there. Other things about notice, we're going to talk about quasi-judicial hearings. Essentially the form of quasi-judicial hearings that you have to deal with have to do with those with land use zoning decisions. Those are quasi-judicial. I'm not going to have a lot to say about that at the moment. But if it is a quasi-judicial hearing, your notice must include information that if someone wants to be able to litigate this, they're going to have to bring their own court reporter. Because you don't have to have a transcript. You're not required to do that. And so if they want to be able to take the testimony to court, bring your own court reporter. And you have to notify them of that. And just generally, so language issues, disabilities that might affect people's ability to understand what's happening or to participate, you need to accommodate those. So someone needs to give you notice that they have an issue that needs to be addressed and that you will, of course, accommodate them. So someone who is hearing impaired, and they need to be able to participate, you may need to arrange for someone who can sign, for example, or translation in another language, for example. And yes, those are obligations, not options. Minutes. What do your minutes have to look like? You have to have them. That's first. They don't have to be full audio recordings. Many clerks audio record for the purpose of being able to verify the information that they're putting in the printed minutes, and that's a very reasonable practice. Audio recordings are not required. It is an option, and it's helpful. It's the official record. So, when do you do your minutes? If you typically at the beginning of the meeting, whether it's the commission or the advisory council, it's like first order of business to approve the minutes, approve, second, move on. This is the official record. If something in the minutes is not right, it now has become the fact. You have an obligation to check them and to make sure they're correct. Now, I'm not talking about the nuances of an adjective describing a general proposal. Okay, let's not get into wordsmithing, but make sure it's correct. Those are things that public has to be able to rely on, and you want to be sure they're right. They also do not have to be verbatim minutes. It's a report of the decisions made, a summary of the events that took place, so it does not need to be verbatim. Location and participation. If it's all about public participation, being able for the public to have access to the whole decision process, then you got to meet someplace where people can get there. So if I can't go up the stairs, how do I get here? There's an elevator, right? And you would have to make sure the elevator was working. So if for some reason there was some problem with the elevator and it wasn't operating, and it wasn't going to operate for several weeks because of some major problem, you might have an issue with meeting in this space. We met on the 3rd floor of our building, so okay, I identified with that. But the point is, the public has to have access. So can't do it in a place where they can't get in. Can't do it in a place where they have to pay to get in. Can't do it in a place where they would be uncomfortable entering, right? So you cannot have a public meeting under the law at any facility which discriminates on the basis of sex, age, race, creed, color, origin, or economic status, or which operates in such a manner as to unreasonably restrict public access to a facility. And even today, there are some clubs and associations that have histories, at least, of discrimination on one of those standards. It might be legal if it's no longer required, if they no longer officially discriminate, but you might want to think carefully about meeting someplace that has a history of discriminating. Certainly you can't do it if they still are. Public participation. Members of the public shall be provided an opportunity to participate for any appointed or elected body, so that's your advisory groups as well as your commission, during the decision-making process and prior to a decision being made. So it's not, we're going to take our actions and then we'll hear from the public. Before you take action, you need to hear from the public. Now, that does not mean that on every single agenda item, you have to pause and say, any comments from the public on item A? And then let's do this on item B. And then let's do this on item C. You can have consent agendas, where there are a number of items you're handling together because they're considered to be non-controversial and normal business. Any comments on the consent agenda, items A through H? You can group other, like second readings are a problem. You can do other kinds of things where you're going to have several discussions, but okay, we've got items H through K. Anyone want to be heard on these items? You can group things, but the public has a right to be heard before you take action. And notice, that could cost you. If you don't do that, among the things that it will cost is it'll invalidate your decision, but it will also cost you the attorney's fees for the person who brings you a lawsuit. Just read the clips out there about what cities have gone through, how much it costs to pay for somebody else's attorney's fees as well as your own. Other considerations, the public has a right to hear everything you say or share by any means. So you can't lean over to someone on the board or the advisory council and make a whispered comment. It's perfectly appropriate at that point for the public to say, what did you just say to them? And you would have an obligation to report it. So better not to have that conversation in the first place. If you are doing things like passing notes, or in this era, snapping or texting or tweeting, the public has a right to know about all of that in real time during the meeting because it might be germane to your thoughts about the decision. So don't do this. You may limit how long people in the public may speak. A standard, do you have a standard? 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's very common. We feel pretty comfortable that will stand up that's a reasonable amount of time. It's okay. And of course, that might be 3 minutes on several different things, but it doesn't have to be 3 minutes on every single item on the agenda, as I just said. You could group them. That's perfectly fine, but you have to be fair, non-discriminatory, caution. Some of us like to hear from some people, so when they finish their 3 minutes, we'll turn to the chair and say, Madam Chair, would you please let them finish their comments? But when the next person comments we don't like very much, when that buzzer goes, it's like, kick them out, because we don't want to hear anymore. That's discriminatory practice. If it's 3 minutes, it's 3 minutes. And everybody gets treated the same. Otherwise, you are opening yourself up to a lawsuit. Presiding officer can, for example, after you've heard several people come forward and say the exact same thing, can invite people to say, I think we've heard clearly from a number of you that this is a particular concern. This is a suggestion, not a requirement. How many of you here are here to tell us this that we just heard from the past 4 speakers? And you got a bunch of hands going. Thank you. So I want you to know, we've all just seen that. We've heard you. We understand this concern. If you have something new to add to the conversation, I welcome you to come up and share that with you. If you really want to come up and say this again, it's okay, but I want you to know we hear you about this. We understand the concern, because nobody wants to be there until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. We might not wish this to be true, but it is. Members of the public can video and audio record without your consent. They have a right. Okay. Quasi-judicial proceedings. Again, land use, the zoning decisions that you make. The idea of quasi-judicial is it's like a court. So you are no longer a representative of the people seeking to do that which the public would want you to do. You are now a judge, a panel of judges, weighing the evidence and making an evidence-based decision. That's the law. When it comes to zoning decisions, that's the law. You don't have a choice about this. You are functioning as a quasi-judicial board, so like a judge. That means your decisions have to be based on, there's the quote, competent and substantial evidence. Hi, my name is Scott Payne. I live at 1234 Sunset Drive, and I want to tell you I think this is the worst proposal for the community that I have ever seen. It would be an offense to our entire history for you to approve this. Thank you. Is that competent and substantial evidence? No. And if I came up and said it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, is that competent and substantial evidence? No. If 100 people come to a public meeting for zoning and every one of them tells you this is the worst thing or the best thing that could ever happen in the way I just did, is that competent and substantial evidence? No, it is not. And you have a legal obligation, I'm talking to the commission, a legal obligation to make your decision based on competent and substantial evidence. So if everybody objects, but no one gives you competent, professional-like evidence to refute this zoning, you can't base your decision on that. Well, you can, and you'll get sued, and it can be incredibly expensive, and you'll lose. Yes, sir. No, they still have the right to testify. Yes, but they still have the right to do that. It's not a courthouse in that sense, right? So it's quasi-judicial. So they can come up and they can tell you whatever they want to tell you. You can't base your decision on, I think this is the worst thing ever to come along. Yes. Come in there. Yes, thank you. Right, so we're going to talk about not just what happens at the meeting, right? This is the standard you have to, by law, abide by. And if you don't, odds are you will be sued at some point, and it will be incredibly costly. And your decision will be overturned. Okay, just saying, this is the law. Yes. So I can't give legal advice. I'm not an attorney. I don't know about whether, I assume that that's been reviewed by the city attorney and they've decided that's a reasonable standard. So I don't know. I will say to you that the question was, in quasi-judicial hearings in the past, people have been prohibited from testifying unless they had what was defined as standing, meaning a close neighbor or something along those lines. I am not an attorney and I cannot give legal advice. I will tell you that that is not something I hear routinely when I talk about this, which doesn't mean it's wrong. But okay, I don't know. I understand, and I'm just saying, just remember that you're in a quasi-judicial mode, so it's an interesting dilemma, right? Because the public, which includes someone from out of town, from another country, typically, in your public meeting component, you don't get to ask where they live. You're in your public meeting, I'm on the agenda, and they can come up and say, I live at such and such, or they can say, I live in West Bloomfield, Michigan. And you don't get to say, I'm sorry, you don't get to speak here. They have a right in general, right? If your attorney has reviewed carefully the requirements for quasi-judicial proceedings and concluded that you can restrict testimony, and you've got good basis for that, okay, then that's what your attorney is advising you. I'm just reminding you that generally, anybody gets to speak during that public comment. Maybe quasi-judicial hearings can be handled differently, and if that's what the attorney's determined, you can go with that. Just be conscious of that. Yeah. Right.
the resident testifying testimony, and it creates for an awkward environment because it has to be factually based, and those are findings that should not be tried.
Yeah. So this about helping the public understand. And one of the most important things that we do as officials in these settings is helping the public understand what's going on. We have to explain this because this is not what our citizens expect. And so the idea that you can be cross-examined, the idea that your opinion is not what matters, but competent and substantial evidence is what matters. And what does that mean? Helping people understand that every single time you have a series of these meetings or one of these, really important. And people aren't going to like it. I'm sorry that they don't like it, but that's the law. A quick more question, I'll move on. Yes.
Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade County, they have their own ethics commissions.
Yeah, that's a whole, can I hold that to the end? Because we're not talking about quasi-judicial proceedings, we're talking about something else at that point. Their ethics commission is, okay. No, actually it's a whole different history. It's all about property rights, actually. Yes.
Well, some people that come to these, they don't understand what quasi-judicial proceedings, and maybe some that didn't even get noticed in the paper accordingly, so they just come up and
Well, and hopefully it did get properly noticed because, as we just noticed, you have to, in a quasi-judicial proceeding, you have to notify the public that if they think they want to litigate it, they need to bring a court reporter. So that's supposed to be there. But they might have missed that, or the reporter might just have said there's this hearing on, and that's all the only notice they saw. But they didn't see it. Yep.
where these people came and the item didn't say it was, they didn't read anything in the newspaper,
Yep.
so they almost want to speak and they could not.
Yeah, so very important that you explain. The bottom line is this is about fairness, about transparency. So whatever the procedures are that you've established based on your attorney's counsel on this, make them really clear and help people understand why you're doing what you're doing, and do that on the front end, not the back end. That's good advice because then people know what they're dealing with. So interested parties. Now, I'm hearing an affected party language, and again, I'm not an attorney, so I can't argue that point, but anybody who, under the law, is considered to be an interested party has a right to hear all testimony and to refute such testimony. This is mostly about the petitioner. So you get emails. Those emails have to be part of the record that the petitioner gets to see. You get phone calls. You have to report those conversations, not just that you got a call, but what was the gist of because you're a judge. Imagine a judge hearing a criminal trial and having the mother of the victim call the judge for 15 minutes and tell the judge what a terrible person the alleged criminal is. That could have a really prejudicial effect on the judge's deliberations. At a minimum, the defense attorney ought to know that that's what the judge heard. And in fact, the judge isn't allowed to have that conversation. We're going to talk about the way that you can have that conversation, but understand that all communication related to an issue of a quasi-judicial nature must come into the public record. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't filter it, you report it. You report it. This is what's called ex parte communication, and until the legislature acted a couple years ago, a number of years ago now, any such communication was presumed to prejudice the decision-making body. So the rule initially was, don't have any of these conversations. Fortunately, that's changed. So now, under state law, you may, as individuals on the board, you may talk to individuals about the matter that's coming before the body. So you may talk to people in private, individual citizens and so on, the petitioner. You can go to the property. You can go look at it, which, by the way, judges don't do, right? But you must disclose all of that activity for the public record. All of it. Phone calls, emails, letters. I visited the property. I was at Publix and Ms. Smith came up to me and said, all of it must be disclosed so that the petitioner, in particular, knows about it and can refute it. That's it. Tough stuff. And the biggest thing is to explain it to people. Quasi-judicial proceedings are hard for people to understand. Let's talk about public records very briefly. What's a public record? Well, so I know these are a little hard for you to see with the light that we have here. Supreme Court in 1980 in Florida said all materials received by or made by the city in connection with official business, if they were designed to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Perpetuate, communicate, or formalize. 1979, all materials, regardless of whether they're in final form, so there's no working document exemption. Not limited to traditional written documents, includes tapes, photographs, and items in digital form. So, drafts and notes, there's not an unfinished exemption. The question is, if it was shared, like an interoffice memorandum, here's our idea about how we're going to approach this. It's just an idea, we're just talking, that's a public record. Even though it's not a decision, it's a discussion. Working drafts, if they're circulated. So I'm a member of the city staff, and I'm working on this draft on my computer, and I save it, and I turn off my computer, and I come back the next day, and I start working on it again. The earlier draft is not a public record. But if I sent it to someone at the end of the day, say, hey, take a look at this, I'm still working on it, now it is a public record because it was communicated with others. Okay? That's the difference. So the draft that's on your computer or your notepad that you are not sharing with anyone is not yet a public record. As soon as it's shared, it becomes a public record. Notes, if they were designed to formalize knowledge or communicate or perpetuate. If it's your personal note, if commissioner's thinking about an issue, you make a note to yourself, I want to be sure I say this, that's okay. That does not constitute public record. If you share it, it does. But if it's summarizing the meeting for future use, that's going to fall in the public record domain. Okay. Which of the following is not a public record? A tweet on the city's Twitter feed about an upcoming road closure. An electronic birthday card sent to a member of council's city email by his or her father. A comment from a Canadian tourist on the city's Facebook page complaining about the road closure, or none of these are public records. I have one vote. And I have two. I think it's the late afternoon, and I think the internet is slowing down too. There we go. So the correct answer to this is the electronic birthday card. Now, people often get confused. They say, wait, but I received it on my city email or it was delivered to my city office. The standard for public record is not where you receive it, but what it's about. And so unless your dad sent you the birthday card and said, by the way, vote no on item 7, that changes it, right? Because now it's about the business that is or could reasonably be expected to come before the city. But celebrating your birthday, I mean, even if people acknowledge it at the meeting, that's not business for the city. All of these others are public records. So everything in social media is public record if it's engaging business that could or has come before or will be expected to come before the city. Everything. So there's no such thing as, well, this is my personal Facebook page. I'm just talking about that. If you're talking about city business, that's public record, and it has to be handled as a public record. If you're tweeting, you're snapping, some of these we don't have a court case yet that explicitly says that particular app stuff, that's a public record. But everything in the history of this says every time we create something that can be recovered, can be archived, can be reproduced, it's going to be called a public record no matter where it came from or how it was created. What's the one kind of communication interaction you can have that does not create a public record? Talking to people. There may be a record of the meeting, there may be a record of the phone call, but there's no record of the conversation. That's the one thing. Anything else you do that communicates, I'm saying to you, assume that's going to be a public record. What if somebody wants to look at that record, right? Every person has the right to inspect or copy any public record made or received in connection with official business. In other words, if it's a public record, right? And the Chapter 119 says that the public has a right to examine and review the records of state and local governments, and some instances private entities. The contractors with you also produce public records. So here are the key phrases I want to play with. Every person. So that means you've got someone hopefully designated as your records custodian. But if you have the record in your possession, you can be obligated to produce it. This comes back to social media. You've got your own Facebook page and it's not being archived, then you have to produce that record. Any person can look at that record. So this is really important to understand. If someone asks you for something that is probably a public record or is a public record, you can't say, can I have your name? Tell me where you live. Can I have a phone number to call you back? What's your email address? Why do you want this record? The law says any person. They don't have to tell you why. They don't have to tell you where they live. They don't have to live here. They could live on Mars. They still have a right. Any person can examine that record. So you can't say to them, would you put your request in writing? You can't ask for any of that stuff. All you can do is say, how would you like me to get back to you when this record is available? And if they say, well, I'll just stop by next week and see if you've got it, or I'll stop by tomorrow and you see if you've got it, okay. At any reasonable time under reasonable conditions. So that means we can't just push them away because we don't want them to deal with this record or we don't like them. We have to be reasonable in our response to making the record available. Reasonable depends on the nature of the record in part, how extensive the search required, but we can't play games with our response. So one of the critical things that your records custodian understands probably very well, when you get a records request, we must note it, we must respond by saying, we got your request. So if it is an email that sends and says, I would like all of the emails between the city manager and members of commission about this issue in the last 6 months, the first thing that comes back within 24 hours is, we've received your request. Now that's not the response of the record. That's to say, we're acknowledging that you asked for it and we will get back to you with information about cost or time, whatever. It's just an acknowledgement. That's of course assuming that they give you a way to acknowledge them. And that has to happen fast. Time to respond. Statute doesn't say what's a reasonable amount of time. It talks about a reasonable amount of time. The Supreme Court in Florida says that reasonableness is the limited reasonable time allowed the custodian to retrieve the record and delete those portions the record custodian exerts are exempt. So, I mean, some things on some records are going to be exempt. We'll talk briefly about exemptions. So it can't be convenient. It has to be, but it is reasonable. So, you know, if something's going to take a long time to find, okay, then you have a reasonable amount of time to get that done. If it's the agenda from last week's meeting, hold on just a second. Let me get it for you. So it'll be determined on the nature of the request and the volume. An unjustified or arbitrary delay has been deemed an unlawful refusal. So if the court determines that your city was not being reasonable in the delay that occurred, then they can take action against you. And the particular case was a 45-day delay that was considered to be, in that case, in that specific case, unreasonable. Of course, it depends on it. So exemptions, just I'll say this about, there are all kinds of exemptions in state law. They're very specific, and they are to be read narrowly. So if the statute names, for example, Social Security numbers, those are exempt. You don't have to produce Social Security numbers. Okay, then you can't produce Social Security numbers for people. You shouldn't do that. But you can't say, well, you know, and this phone numbers or office numbers kind of like a Social Security number. No. If it says Social Security numbers, those are exempt. Some other identifier is not exempt unless the statute says so. Every exemption is to be interpreted as narrowly as possible. It's called strict construction. Good news is the legislature can realize there's a problem in public records and then make it retroactive and say not just records produced after this date, but all records produced before, which has been helpful in a few cases. Most of these exemptions have sunset provisions, meaning every so often the legislature has to reapprove them, or if they don't, they go away, which is something to pay attention to because some of these exemptions are kind of important. I want to be sure the legislature reenacts them. Here's the last thing I want to say about public records. You may be aware that a number of cities have gone through some very painful and expensive litigation that some of us think was probably not simply failures of the city to do what they were supposed to do, but some sort of legal gotcha game was going on, in the opinion of many people. And the legislature saw the problem and said, okay, we need to help cities and counties and school boards and so on manage this reality of public records demand in a way that's fair to everyone, and we think that scale's been tipped a little bit against them. So now, if you prominently post contact information for your officially designated custodian of public records, meaning your primary administrative building, there's someplace prominently posted, our custodian of records is, please submit all public records requests to, and there's the name, the address, the office address, phone number, email address. And if you have a website, it has to be there too. prominent, easy to find, not buried 5 clicks in. If you do that, then you've advised people of how they're supposed to make public records requests. And then the other thing that happens is if someone wants to sue you about your handling of public records requests before they go to court, they have to let you know they intend to sue. Because one of the things that was happening was they were making public records requests to the person who's reading meters. And they weren't trained in how to handle public records requests, and so they mishandled it, or they said, oh, yeah, we'll get you to it, and then they forgot to relay the information, what have you. And the next thing you know, the city gets a summons to appear in court, and litigation is taking place for failure to abide by public records laws. Like, what? We don't even know what happened. Now, by state law, if someone wants to sue you for the way you've handled public records, they have to give you 5 days' notice, which might be your first notice that there was ever a problem, but that also gives you an opportunity to remedy the situation at that point. There's also a standard about proper purpose, which is kind of interesting, and it'll be interesting to see how the courts handle that. So if the court were to determine that the request for public records was primarily just frivolous, just, I want every record that has the word America, the phrase American flag in it from 1985 to the present. It's like, for what reason? Just to make life miserable? Okay, that might be frivolous. I said might be, I don't know. Or designed just to trap you so that you violate the law inadvertently and then you get sued. And the courts will toss those out and say those are not valid requests, and they will find for the city in those cases. You don't want to be there, but that's protection. So this has helped us address major issue with some game playing with public records, but understand that the intention was to ensure that we could do what we're supposed to do, which is be sure the public has access to records. And if we're being consumed by these frivolous requests, we can't do a very good job of that. So be sure you've got that information posted. Be sure everyone on your team, elected, advisory committee members, staff, that you understand that what you're supposed to do is say, our public records custodian here's the contact information, please. Those are the things that help keep you out of trouble, make sure the public knows what it needs to know. We are where, time-wise, right at? 2 minutes, okay, so I can handle one short question, and we can chat with you afterward, yeah. Very good. Sorry, so the comment is, okay, so what our obligation is under public records law is to produce a record. If that record exists, and in the form in which it exists, if there is no record, so someone says, I want the answer to these 5 questions about the recent decision that council made, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have a document that answers those questions, okay, you would produce that document. But if you don't have a document, this is not a public records request because there's no record to produce. You also don't have to convert a record into a form that someone wants it in if that's not the form it's in. So, man, I can't read these Excel spreadsheets. Man, this is totally incomprehensible to me. I want you to give me a 5-page summary or a 3-page summary. We don't have a 3-page summary. What we have is a spreadsheet. We're happy to share that with you. And if you'd like to chat with us, we'll be happy to talk it through, but you're not obligated to create a record that does not exist. Good question. Lynn and I both want to thank you for your attention. I know as the day goes on, and we planned the most dense stuff for the last hour, but thank you for your attention and your participation. I hope this has been helpful for you, and we'll be happy to answer questions and have a great rest of the day. It's a beautiful day, maybe not to lay out on the beach, but to go for a beautiful walk in the afternoon. Thanks.